we've gone for almost 4 hours.
What?
We've gone for almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. You've got Aoife as the
Yes.
you've got Aoife as the
As my background video, my background picture. If everything crashes, Aoife's there.
That doesn't seem right.
Oh no,
Little
it's sweet. At
Aoife.
least they've got something sweet to look at.
Huh. Huh. So, that's funny, Didi.
What is it, friend?
Okay, well we're on, Trishy.
Okay, I'm just looking for another picture to put up, so people can see the difference.
Darling, you're
with the
putting
different.
Did you find an open
Yeah,
Morrowind
even though
one?
Aoife is gorgeous and everything, but so this is part 3.
Oh,
of
were they
our-
using that as a thumbnail?
Yes. So this is part 3 of a live stream now, because we've had 2 crashes, and this is it's probably got to do with the actual No Man's Sky game that we're playing. I think they may have upgraded that game, and maybe it's I don't know if it's glitchy or if our system is not interacting well with it or something, but anyway. So I don't know, do they ever give notifications for live streams? Because
I don't think so. I think you can put something out,
thought
live
they-
stream starting in.
so anyway, 3rd time lucky. Hopefully this will hold. And oh, hang on, we're doing Morrowind, so I should
Yes,
change that to
open
Morrowind.
Morrowind.
Sorry, let me just do that. Because Morrowind doesn't seem to
The
crash.
computer doesn't seem to have as much problem with Morrowind,
Oh, sugar.
to put it very briefly. No. I was thinking about stealing some stuff from him, but I won't, because he actually is the person who helps slaves. He's an abolitionist,
Oh yeah, good one.
the little Kadget.
I'm just
He
trying.
runs an abolitionist bookshop.
What's that?
He runs an abolitionist bookshop.
Oh, okay. An abolitionist bookshop.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking for some
Please join me.
thumbnail to put.
Who are you?
Maybe that might be a okay one. Not too big. No, maybe this one. No.
Yes, I always liked House Telvanni. The Telvanni thinks that wisdom confers power and power confers right.
What's that? Say that again?
The Telvanni
Ah.
think that these are the 3 noble houses.
Yeah.
The Telvanni think that wisdom confers power and power confers right. They
Right.
should have actually said knowledge confers power, but
Yeah.
for the Telvanni.
Yeah. So Nadia must have crashed out. Anyway, I'll change this thumbnail now. Oh, why does it say it's bigger than 2 megabytes? Jesus Christ,
This music
really?
is maybe a little high.
Yeah.
Try and bring it down a bit. Anybody watching, let me know if you think that the music is too loud
Too
or
Too high.
not loud enough. The music in this is nice, but we don't want it overwhelming people. I really need to find out how to fly.
Uh,
Let's see. I'll go back up.
Hi, little guy. Rooney's trying to give me a message.
Oh my.
Let's see. Oh, hi, Herb. Hi, Jeffrey. Hi, Ginny.
Hi, Herb. Hi, Jeffrey.
So it seems like Australians are the only ones now that can, except for Herb, that are able to be awake now. I think it's gotten too late for other
Herb
people.
is always up.
Oh, what's that? Herb, yeah. Huh. Boy, you're up late, Herb.
Thanks, Herb, for letting me know.
Oh, sometimes a little quiet. Maybe we could just boost our things, each of our things up a bit, Didi.
I could make it. That's for the music.
Oh, the
background
music. Oh, the background music. Okay, well, yeah, that's all right. That's okay. As long as it's not up with our
I'll go up a little
audio
bit.
levels. No,
I just
hang on,
didn't want
Didi.
it to interfere with the talking.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. As long as it's not up without audio levels.
Hi, Swifty. Okay, look, sweetie. Here you go.
Okay. So anyway, I think we lost the others. Which is too bad. Let's see, August 23rd.
Third crash was too much for them.
Huh?
The third crash was too much for them.
Yeah.
Hi.
I think it's so late now. There must be like 4:30 or something in the morning.
She's an interesting looking woman.
I'm all yours. Please go ahead.
Jesus.
Where do I want to go? Aldrin. Isn't it nice the way all the architecture is different in this?
In where?
In Morrowind.
Oh yeah, it's really
Yeah,
lovely.
They've got some
Oh
lovely
hi,
architecture.
Michael. But you're in Germany, so that's what time would it be there now? Let me see. Germany.
Hello there.
Hello.
Let's see. Oh,
He's
it's
a bit of a
11:19,
slimy
so
guy.
that's still civilized, hey. Oh, okay. So, what are you doing up so early, Herb? Did you have trouble sleeping, or do you just? I mean, you've been. Is that what's happening?
Not that we mind.
No.
We're
no,
quite
it's
happy
great.
to see you here.
Yes.
But just curious.
It's too bad we can't. If I had a lot of followers and stuff, we could raise money for something. Like we could
Oh,
raise
yeah.
money for something. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, well, we can. You can.
Well, we
Can't you?
could, but I mean, I don't want to take it'd be much better if there was a lot of people, and I don't want to take money from people that have hardly any money. I'm not talking about raising money for us. I'm just
No,
talking
no,
about
of course not.
a specific.
No, but
I
I
know
mean,
I know you know that, but it's like I just want to make sure
Yeah.
people. We could raise money for I don't know some homeless group or something, or some, vegan shelter. I don't know something. Do you know what I
Some
mean?
home action thing.
Something,
yeah.
I'd have to look at it. Like if we were ever able to do that, which we probably won't be able to.
No, I think that I don't know if it's Twitch Twitch or YouTube actually have a function where you can do like a fundraising stream.
Yeah, but you have to have, like, it helps if you've got a lot of followers.
Yeah,
I don't think
it
that the
does.
people watching this have a lot of money to be throwing around. Just like us,
Yeah,
we don't have much money to throw around either.
yeah.
So no steady hours in retirement. Yeah, exactly, Herb. You can kind of make your own rules and just stay up whenever you want to and whatever,
Yeah.
which is kind of great. I don't know what
Okay.
this means. Somebody called Tanky Humanist commented L, and I don't know if that means loser or I don't know.
What?
Somebody called Tanky Humanist commented in our last or our first live stream L, which I think could mean loser. I don't know.
I don't know. Why?
Oh, okay. Hey, here's
What?
Tanky Humanist here. Hi, how are you? I was just looking at your comment just before. I didn't know if it meant loser or something else. Just hold on a sec. I just have to. I put some soup on the stove and I just got to check it out.
Yes. Yes, I understand that Herb said no study hours in retirement. Well, that's true, except, oh, I was just, he's, Tanky Humanist said I was just testing if my typing worked. Okay, well, that's good. As long as it isn't a reference to the L word or something. Yeah. We actually had a look at the at the new iteration of the L word, which is kind of absurd. Let's see, where am I? Why is there a downward, a stair that goes down? Where the hell does it go? Maybe I should go down there. I don't remember there being a downward stairs here. Oh. Well, maybe this is just the way out. Okay.
What's this extra bloody hot sauce, Vicky?
What?
Have you tried that extra bloody hot sauce?
No, I just thought it might be fun. Trish is talking about the extra bloody hot sauce that I have. That's what it's called. Okay, thank you. Trish is bringing me soup. We're having soup for dinner. We had toast earlier. You should play the Halo series. Is the Halo series a lot about shooting things and killing things? Because I tend not to play the things that are about a lot of killing. Oh, let's see. I kind of thought it was about that. We could play Assassin's Creed, but since that seems to work. But I got tired of Assassin's Creed because you have to be an assassin and just run around and kill tons and tons and tons of people. It doesn't seem very selective. You seem to be out to assassinate half of Egypt.
Oh, do they? And Michael said comments help with the dreaded algorithm.
Extra blood is a great description for a hot sauce.
Extra bloody, yeah.
Extra bloody. Yeah.
Where did you come
Yeah,
across? Where
that's
did you
why
come?
I like. Herb says I'd prefer to wander around in an unusual and interesting environment. That's one reason I like No Man's Sky, but it keeps crashing.
Um,
I'm
was
going
I
to
gonna
turn my
say?
sound off.
Okay.
She?
Yeah. Okay. um, where did you come across this live stream, Tanky Humanist? And feel free to tell us your first name if you don't have a problem with that. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I guess we're all friends here. Yeah, we're friends here. No, I was meaning you never know this who's lurking in chats and stuff like that, do you really? Sam. Nice to meet you, Sam. Oh, what happened to John? John ended up dropping out. He sort of went, "Oh no," but then he didn't get to come back. Excuse me, Google is lurking, but Google already knows, so yeah, that's true. So where are we now, Diddy?
Put my microphone on. We're in Nisus. Nisus is a small town in the north of Vardenfell. And there's a kind of an army base here. And there's a mage lord who's kind of reclusive who lives back there. And yeah. I'm looking for a high elf. I might go to the pub and see. See if there's any high elves down here. No, lots of stuff to steal, but
Did you Tanky Humanist? Sorry, Sam. Did you what live stream do you remember seeing me in? Thoughts on the Young Turks? Well, I feel like they're really just like any corporate media now.
who's that?
The Young Turks have been a
Oh.
problem for many years.
Them.
And I was often amazed when you'd be in a live stream and people would refer to them as if they were remotely part of any left kind of thing.
Treat you as a friend.
And when they took that $20 million from Jeffrey Katzenberg, it all particularly changed. But now they're just straight up sort of, rubbishing the real left and stuff like that. So, yeah.
I have to see if I can find a key for this fellow.
So strange this place, far from the marsh.
Oh, I'll steal that. Oh no. Oh no. I stole something and I got reported and all the police came. Let's see. Hopefully I've saved something.
Did you forget to save it?
No, I think I've saved things. Oh, I haven't saved anything for a long time. Okay, what am I going to have to do? No. What do I do? I'll pay gold.
No, we're still here. Herb, can you hear?
Oh no.
Oh no, we're not frozen, are we? No, we're not
No.
frozen, are we? No.
No, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do.
So how's your day been, Sam? Are you in the US or are you somewhere else?
I might have to go and steal back my stuff.
Well, hello there. Pleasure to meet you.
Some of these people are so sleazy. Well, hello there.
Are you on the East Coast or the West Coast,
I'm on
Sam?
kind of the west coast in
No,
the
I'm
north,
talking
the
to-
northwest coast.
I'm talking to Sam.
Oh, yeah. In Morrowind, you can think of this as kind of Bernie.
Sorry, I'm kind of eating my soup, so I'm turning my microphone on and off because I don't want to be crunching in people's ears. West Coast. Oh, okay. So it's a little bit, not too late. It's like what? Somewhere maybe 12:30 or something in the morning.
May your adventures be great. What was that?
I have to figure out where the jail is. Okay, this looks like the armory.
You have my ear.
Everybody likes me a lot.
Need not be afraid. My anger is reserved.
I'm very popular. I'm very popular in this game. Oh. Okay.
2 a.m. That's not too bad, but it's kind of pretty late. Hey,
No.
we just had some people from the East Coast. I think they dropped off when it crashed, and it was really late. It was like 4:30,
Very
5
late.
o'clock there or something.
Yeah.
This is our third time starting up this because we had trouble with No Man's Sky. It kept
Yes.
Crashing.
It's much more fun in terms of exploration and stuff.
oh no, we're way way old. We're not Generation X, that's for sure. Hey Dee Dee.
Mm.
Yeah.
No. I'm a boomer. I'm a real boomer.
And I pretty much, you can say I am too. Hey Dee Dee.
Yeah, probably at the far end of it, the top end of it.
Mm. Yeah. Are you, Sam?
Yes, I'm ancient.
You need not be afraid. Welcome.
So-
Only fools earn my anger.
Doesn't the corporate media and Biden and the others give millennials shit all the time? And I wonder if that's because a lot of millennials are sort of socialist leaning now, so they have to sort of shit on you, shit on that group anytime.
Well, I mean, people in that age
it's
group
just awful.
are really in such bad situation.
Yes, it's appalling.
Yeah.
28. Yeah, it's appalling. Like look at what's in the future there.
Yeah.
Apart from massive student debt and no health care, no free health care of any kind, and all of that, and then the climate emergency. What a wonderful situation. But then to just constantly be dumping on that particular group. And I really think it's because you've got to, any sort of demands that particular, generation make, they have to poo-poo it and make out like you're asking for too much just by asking for basic human rights. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Or have some expectation that things will be kind of okay, that you'll be able to have your own place to live. And I mean, even rental is bloody difficult these days.
Well met, Outlander. What is it?
So where is the jail? I have to find the jail.
Talk, I would consider it a privilege. Greetings, friend to friend. May fortune be with you.
Surely there must be a jail here somewhere.
What do you think, Sam? Do you think that there's this real push against and dumping on millennials by the corporate media and the establishment, making out like Sam says Biden just recently cancelled student debt for 3,000 students, but it's not nearly enough. No. What is it, like 10,000 or 5,000? And the thing is, in a sovereign economy, he could easily wipe it all out. It's not an obstacle. It isn't an obstacle. I mean, I couldn't imagine really starting my life, working life, with a massive debt that's almost like, the cost of some sort of small apartment somewhere in some, small town, right, Didi? Having $100,000 or something or more, debt when you're just starting. I mean, that's insane, isn't it? Oh, 3,000 people, not 300,000. Right, well, who are these lucky 3,000 that got that, I wonder? A small amount of their student debt wiped out. Well, that's good if you don't hear it. No, a small amount of their debt was knocked off by Biden. 3,000 people. Or is it 3,000? No, exactly. And I'm thinking, who are
I'm
those?
saying
Who are
3,000
those?
people is
How did
almost
they
nothing.
come up? How did they come up with 3,000?
And how did they choose?
Oh yeah, how did they choose?
I mean, their friends, the children of their friends,
Yeah, really.
the children of politicians. Where would the jail be? I'll have to walk up that way, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
300,000
read that
people.
back. I read that backwards. Sorry. Yes, 300,000. That's a lot of students, but I mean, why not the whole country and why not the whole debt? And he could do that. But that would mean that, but then their corporate servers, they're corporate owned, so of course they wouldn't do that.
Yes, I mean, we end up with student debt here.
Didi,
Thanks to-
can you say something to what Sam said? I just want to finish this soup about it's unfair. Like some people say, it's unfair to cancel all student debt. Yada.
Where's that? Um, oh yeah, because all the people who already paid. But that's just, a lot of people who paid their student debt or whatever didn't pay a whole lot. And I mean, really, are you going to say, it's unfair to all the children who had to work in child labor periods to have child labor ended? And are you going to say it's unfair to all the people who were excluded from buildings because of their race, because some people were excluded, and it's unfair to them? You don't have some sort of justice issue and then say it's unfair if anybody, you make things more fair for people. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly,
like if they
the
pay,
student debt, I mean,
if
for
they paid
people, boomers and people like that, and probably even millennials, I mean, you used to be able to work in a cafe or something to pay off your uni fees. Nobody's going to do that now. The level of uni fees are just crazy, and housing prices are insane.
renting prices
Yeah,
are crazy.
yeah,
Like things are totally different to say,
yeah,
you had some kind of a chance of
like things this century in particular, a totally different
situation.
for young people to what was, say,
Yeah.
40 years ago.
I've often talked about even like 40 years ago, the 80s and stuff like
Oh,
that.
hang on.
Um,
I turn that on.
it
here.
was possible for people to live doing theater or music or stuff like that
Yeah.
with some sort of marginal part-time job,
Yeah.
and subsidize their art, and they've kind of and live cheaply in a shared house, and they've made nearly all of that impossible these days.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you have to share houses still, but I mean, it costs a lot more
Yeah.
these days, and
Yeah.
that's just disgusting.
Yeah. 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 I mean, housing should be a right. Like in Vietnam, they have like Tanky was saying. Sam was saying, home ownership should be universal. There should be no landlords. In Vietnam, 90% of the people in Vietnam own a house.
Yeah,
I mean, like as much as like in Vietnam, like Luna Oi from her channel, Luna Oi, and she's a Vietnamese communist. She's saying like Vietnam has a long way to go to be socialist, but at least like there are things like they get free. I think they get sort of some sort of free health care, and they get if they ever have a problem during COVID, like if they're running short of food, the government will just bring a whole bunch of fresh vegetables into the street for people and that kind of thing.
yeah.
And I wouldn't say, I don't really know I honestly don't really know what I could classify myself as, Didi.
As a what?
Like Sam
mo-
was saying, are you an anarchist? And I honestly don't know what I would classify myself as, What do
I
you
don't know.
think?
I mean,
Didi, what do you think I
how
am?
how much do you need to worry about being an anarchist? This is something that I've come to. Yeah, like I would
Well,
have
I'm
called myself
anti-capitalist. That's one
an
thing I am.
anarcho-syndicalist for a long time. But I mean, at this point, looking at all of the debates about what kind of socialism Cuba has, or what kind of socialism China has, what kind of socialism some other country has,
Shit.
I think the main thing is that these countries, like Vietnam and so on, have governments where they're trying to organize the government and the country to support the population.
Yeah, yeah,
So it's some sort of socialism.
yeah,
And I think all of them are trying different ways that seem to work for them.
mm,
And to a greater or lesser extent, they've participated in creating these structures. It's like the people of Cuba have been involved in creating, the Cuban version of communism. The
yeah,
people in Vietnam have been involved in creating the Vietnamese version of
Yeah.
communism.
yeah,
And because, communism has never existed
Jesus.
without having massive interference from the West,
yeah,
it's never been allowed to just develop freely.
yes,
It's always had interference continually.
yes,
So, like people have had to fight that while they're trying to organize their society in a fair and just way.
yes. It's never
And-
given a fair
and
go to be able to.
People are people, and so structures can kind of go wrong. Like
Yeah.
I would say in the Soviet Union, definitely that whole centralized communist, form was problematic.
Yeah,
It was problematic for a lot of people because there were a certain elite that had a lot of power,
yeah,
and they abused some of that power.
yeah,
But at least everybody had a place to live.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
At least people ate.
yeah, yeah,
They believed in that. Everybody had an education. Everybody had medical care.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
So, is it totally just? Is it perfect? Who knows? But I mean, I suppose I believe in a kind of semi-decentralized system. I believe in regional self-sufficiency, and I believe in a certain amount of coordination at higher levels. I think that should be done on the basis of work democracy, which is something like they used in Nepal off of the Chinese communist model that they used earlier than that,
yeah,
earlier than the Dengist phase.
mm,
But, I think the theory is less important than people getting together and deciding that they are going to take power.
Oh, Dee Dee's talking right now, Sam.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would classify myself as. Dee Dee's talking, so you may want to respond to
Yeah.
that, Dee Dee.
Yeah. What? Communism is actually not related to the state. It's a stateless. Well, yes, except when we talk about Third International Communism or state communism of the fourth type that was Marxist-Leninism, then it is involved in a state. And Fourth International Communism or Trotskyism was international socialism. And I mean, if you want to get picky with any of that stuff, you've got all of these different theories. The thing is, people are divided by states, and I agree, it should eventually be stateless. I think that is an ideal that was put out somewhere, but nobody's been able to do it stateless because, how do you do that when there are all these other states who are trying to tear you to pieces?
Yeah, that's right.
And all of the international rules work according to borders. And
Yeah,
I believe, any nation or whatever, I don't really believe in nations, but any government that is there for the people should be coordinating and helping out any other government that's working for the people.
yeah,
And you see that to a
Yes,
degree. I mean, you see Iran helping
Yes.
Venezuela, and you
Yes.
see, China trying to help this country or that, and
yeah,
you see Russia trying to help.
Yeah. I still
And
haven't
Russia's
read that.
not socialist at all anymore, really. But
No, I don't. I don't know if you've had a look at Sam had a look at Harsha Walia. Now we bought. I've seen a interview with her from the Haymarket Books YouTube channel, and if you should check her out because she actually does some really good stuff about borders and not having them and whatever. And we bought a couple of books of hers. I haven't looked at it yet, but she's very interesting. Let me just see if I can find a link to it. Yeah, Haymarket Books.
now I'm going to turn my mic off so
Oh,
I can
okay.
eat for a few
No
minutes.
worries. Yeah. Border and rule, maybe that's it, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Oh no, that's not it. That's the book, but maybe that's it. Border abolition now. Crisis at the border. I wonder which was the one I actually saw. Maybe that would be a better one. Now I haven't watched this one, but it's it's called Imagining a World Without. No, this one. Oh, which one? I haven't watched. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. But anyway, if you look for her name, there's a number of. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Border and rule. She's done a few things. Excuse me. And that's something that you don't hear very often. Talking. Oh shit, that's not right. Talking about that. Hold on a sec. Excuse me. Yeah, that's the one. Harsha Walia. I would really, if I ever get the interviewing back on again, I'd really like to interview her. I think she's really interesting. There you go. It's really, really interesting woman and so articulate and like just so interesting. Hey, Didi. There needs to be more talk like that.
Haymarket Books has quite a few very interesting talks.
Huh?
Haymarket has quite a few interesting talks.
Yeah, they do.
You might repeat that in my mic.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Didi said Haymarket Books has quite a few interesting guests. I'm getting kind of attacked by Rooney, our little cat here. Why, Rooney? It's not because it can't be because you're hungry. Whoops. Let's see. Sam said Fox News is in the US think Biden is secretly. Yeah, no. I mean, truly and really. I love the way when Donald Trump was doing that talk at the what's the name of that mountain? Stone Mountain, in front of those presidential, sculptures and stuff. And he was saying, hey, yeah, what I know, but what is the official name of those sculptures? It has a name. I can't remember it. But anyway, so, and he was saying, he said, you know, he was calling Biden a communist. I mean, oh God. Anyway, it was funny. And, anyway, yeah, they have pretty good talks there at Haymarket Books, but you never ever hear anybody mention it on the left, you know, talking about them. And I wonder why that would be, Didi. Really? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I would imagine
With virtue out
any anything by her would probably be interesting. This is it. Oh. Jason Unruh posted this thing on Twitter. Australia's defence policy explained. I bet you that's funny. Let me see if I can see the subtitles and see if it's probably, what does the US say? Yes, we'll do that then. Papers recommending we close 400 billion over the points. Yeah, he's going to protect us from which enemy? It's hard to say. Huh. Oh, okay. This is interesting. You know who's in this video? That guy who was in the... that guy, see up the top there? Is that guy from... was it the Chasers or something? You know what would be really great? Is if Australia actually because of this Afghanistan thing, started to talk about our foreign policy and how it's so dictated to by the US. You know, and sort of, and then it was people started actually realizing how much is going on without people not even realizing it. Like the next thing will be involved in Somalia if we aren't already, because that's one of the places Joe Biden said that, you know, that's one of the reasons why he's withdrawing. It kind of pretty much said, oh, there's so many threats, you know, like look at Somalia and then look at Southeast Asia. He didn't actually mention China by name, but he said Southeast Asia. Then he said Africa. But, you know, I mean, holy Toledo. You know? How many fucking countries? And really, they're just talking about themselves. They're the fucking threat. Anyway, but anyhow, some conservatives in the US think Biden is a communist. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love the way every time, you know, depending on the flavor of the administration, like about 5 years ago, Abby Martin was called a Russian paid thing, a Russian paid journalist or something, and now she's like a Communist Party paid, you know, and Iran paid. You know what I mean? Depending on who the target is. Yeah, who's the target of the US? Yeah. So anyway, that'd probably be funny. That I'll put that in because I haven't watched this, but Jason Unruh posted it, and it's probably kind of funny. It looks like it's probably funny. Oh, please, little guy. Rooney's trying to get me to stop doing what I'm doing. So it's called Australian Defence Policy Explained.
Please, feel free. Talk at your leisure.
Ouch. Ouch. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. Rooney. Um. Have you ever heard of the bad empanada? No, let me have a look. Let me have a look at what that is. Let's see. The bad empanada. Isn't it amazing all these different things that you never hear about? Bad empanada. Anyway, I'll have a look at them. I'll subscribe to them and see what's happening there. Excuse me. Is that an American? Oh, hang on. I see. So he's from Argentina. Okay then. Oh, that'll be interesting. Hopefully, I can. I'm assuming it's in English because the thumbnails are in English and stuff. Have you been to Luna Oi's channel, Sam? If not, that they're enjoyable. Let me just. You probably have, but. You know, I was thinking of, and I'm sure he'd probably agree. You know, the guy who was talking with Luna Oi. You know, her excuse me, her partner. His name is American Johnson, like E-American, E-American. Wouldn't that be hard having a name like that, particularly when you're a communist? Do you know what I mean? It's kind of. Let's see. So that's Oh, you've been to Luna's channel. Okay. Well, anybody else who hasn't, Luna Oi. I clipped out a really good little if you're not already subscribed and you feel free to do so, Sam, on this channel. But I actually I clipped out something from Luna Oi's. You know, she was talking about some different things, and it was pretty good. It was where is it now?
May I help you out?
Luna Oi. No, that's not it. Let's see. Where is it now? I can't find it now. It's got to be here somewhere. Jesus. It's what's happening in Cuba. Oh, no. That's weird. Oh, here it is. Advice to the West from a communist in the global South. Anyway, I thought that was pretty good. Didn't you? Didn't you think so, Dee Dee? What I pulled out there? I thought it was pretty good. Because she doesn't mince words, which is something I really like about her. I've yet to kind of, and I don't know if I could, and I'm not sure if I can even do this with American Johnson, but I would like to move them towards veganism. Thinking about it at the very least. Oh, okay. So bad empanadas from Australia. Okay then. Oh, well, that's good. Okay. So I'll anyway, I've subscribed to his channel and see see what happens. I was just now I'm not a Friendly Geordie fan. I don't know. There's a few things about his stuff that kind of, and also he just seems to ignore Julian Assange. Like I don't know how you can be doing Australian stuff and not at least mention Julian Assange. But anyway, but he did. I saw this thing today that he did, which was about Sydney, darling, and Diddy, and all the how they've got plans to have kind of those, high rises, like have, say, I think it was like 45% are going to be high rises in Sydney, and then there's going to be a certain percentage are going to be something else. I'm not sure. Is it high rises as the most? He called it the dupe. Anyway, and then 25% is going to be detached houses. So that's the plan. Of course, it's probably worse than that. So I mean, basically, any kind of the old Sydney, it's going to be gone. Yeah. So that's sort of sad. You're welcome. And but we could see that happening. When we went to visit Sydney, we went down there to see Patti Smith. That was a couple of years ago, and it was, they were starting to kind of knock down old places and put up these kind of really nondescript duplexy things, and you could see that that the intent is to just destroy the alternative part of Sydney, which is like Camperdown and Newtown. Hey, Newtown has got a lot of alternative stuff, and what they'll do is, they'll end up driving anybody like that out of the centre, which is what they do, the gentrification, really, hey, of the inner city. Did he? Wouldn't you say so? And also just, kind of, I mean, those little high rises and stuff, they'll all be outrageous amounts of money, and and so anybody who was alternative that was living in Sydney, and there's a lot of gay people in Sydney, a lot of LGBT people in the inner parts of Sydney, they'll have to kind of go out, and that's what they do over and over again, don't they? What's that? Yeah, it used to be, hey. Yeah, it was. And, I've got to get a cup of tea. Hang on. I just have to get a cup of tea, and Dee Dee's going to talk for a little bit.
Okay, I finished eating. Yeah, basically, Newtown in Sydney was an area, it was very alternative. A lot of young people, a lot of, I don't know, it was very kind of queer and very, in all kinds of directions, including being kink friendly and, just very, very alternative and very diverse, and not far from the areas around Paddington and the Golden Mile, which are the main gay male areas, and that had lovely old, mostly townhouses, but they were beautiful, and they're almost all being destroyed. Yeah. Yeah. Newtown in Sydney is one word, but yeah, same name. Nothing is safe, as Trish says. See if I can do this. Oh. Who's reporting it? Oh, Jesus. I'll see if I can walk around and change things up a little bit. I'll just use my magic, that's what I'll do. Okay.
Ask Sam if he has trouble with the rent, like if rent is really crazy in his area.
Yeah. What? Did you say something? Oh no, that's
You ask Sam if rent is really crazy in his area.
yeah, we were just asking if rent was really crazy where you are. And rents around here have gone insane. To where anybody who's not making a good income is liable to be in trouble. Ah, blood. No, go away. Okay. Ah, shit. That was entirely the wrong thing. How many years have you been playing video games? Me? Oh God, I've played off and on since before the old Ultima games. From when the Apple IIes were around. So, what's that? That was in the 80s sometime. So probably 35, 36 years. And games have changed a lot since then. Oh, Trishy's about to make a lot of noise. She's making soy milk and has to run a very high-speed blender.
Sorry, it's really noisy.
And it's very noisy. I may have been playing video games for a long time, but I'm not very good at them.
You're not really into those first shooter games, so are you, Dee?
What? I'm not into first-person shooters. I tend to like role-playing games, and have played all of the Elder Scrolls games from their inception, pretty much. I played Arena when it was out. I played the Ultima games before that. So, a long time. I don't want that. Yuck. Oh, did I get a limeware plate? I did.
Never really got to, I don't know, I never really got to kind of finish that conversation with John about the free speech. I feel like I was trying to make a point, but I don't really know whether it kind of
How are you?
actually made one.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was I saying?
I can't hear you, Trishy. I've got music happening. I've got...
No worries, I'll tell you
Say
when I
it
go.
again.
No, I'll tell you when I go back. Thanks, guys.
Okay, yes, have I ever played Final Fantasy? No, I haven't. Probably because a lot of the time I've been very involved in different sorts of work. What? Look out what? Oh, the noise. Trish is running blenders. Now, I need something where I can potentially kill somebody. That'll do. And I don't know. I don't know if people could hear that or not. This is one of those games. It's probably one of the last games in the Elder Scrolls that didn't have little things that told you where to go. You know how modern games all have a little compass rose at the top that tell you where to go. Oh, here's an interesting door. I better save. I've been interested in Final Fantasy.
Did they hear it?
Loudness was not bad with the blender.
Okay.
That's good. It was loud here.
Run or die.
Oh. Oh no.
What?
That's what I like. Somebody who wants to start killing me as soon as I walk in the door. Somebody wants to try killing me. I have to... Obviously, I've come to a robber's... There we go. Dead. And I'll have to make a little stack, I think, probably, of their stuff. And I'll have to come up with something. Poisonous touch, that's a nice one. I'm not very strong. My character is a mage and not very strong. Oh, I think I'll carry these around actually and dump them off somewhere. I'll see if I can sneak down.
Am I making this soy milk okay? Is that?
Are you making the soy milk okay?
Yeah.
Well, you mean, has it been okay?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know whether you're making it okay this time.
You should tell people that you take things a bit literally.
What?
You take things a bit literally sometimes.
Yes. I take things very literally sometimes. I think it's because I've done work on laws and things like that. And I also have just a very literal mind. So when Trish asks me questions, I sometimes answer them in a very literal way. Oh. Okay. I'll get rid of her and then I'll walk back up and drop off stuff. Whoops. This is what happens. These games are more about inventory management than anything else, I think. Most of them. Shin boots. What's happened to my
Anyway,
boots?
it's not as quite as loud as a chainsaw.
What's that?
Blender is not as loud as a chainsaw.
No, the blender is not as loud as a chainsaw. This is Trish's way of saying it's really just fine. It's not as loud as a chainsaw. No. I wonder if I can... It's pretty bloody loud, as she says. I'll have to see if I can... And I have to apologize. I haven't played this game for a while, and all the controls are always different for all of these things. Now, let's see. I need a bound longbow. There we go. And this is a little bit of a killing mission, in spite of what I said earlier.
What's that? What's that,
I said, in spite of what I said earlier, this is a bit of a killing mission. I don't think my archery is particularly good, unfortunately. I think I better switch and heal myself. Whoop, didn't do it in time. Yes. Oh, I have to do the whole thing over again. Oh no. I didn't save after I'd killed each of these people, and so I have to go through and kill them all over again. Yes. I'm being bad here. I'm going into a...
Good or what? Hold still.
Oh, come on. Are you immune to poison or something? Oh, she killed me this time. Oh, well.
Who's that?
That person killed me this time. I'll have to try again.
Hold still.
She seems more susceptible to fire than to poison. What? Oh no. Say it again? Yes. The moral of the story is sometimes you're not very strong and you just get killed. Oh, come on.
I'll make this quick.
Oh, why did I fall down? Jesus.
Here it comes.
I better heal myself. I'm not doing very well in this. No. Have you had neighbors using a chainsaw? We've used chainsaws sometimes. Herb has asked. Dan asked, you said you do work on laws. I used to. At one point I was working in federal parliament. I helped start the Green Party. And I was doing some work in a university on technology studies and sustainable development. I'm a synecologist and biologist, and had been doing development policy and technology policy. And when a friend of mine got elected as a senator for the Greens, she asked me if I would come along and be an advisor, and so I went and did that. And let's see, have you had neighbors using a chainsaw? As I say, we've used chainsaws. We live in the country. We have trees here that sometimes big branches fall down, and you have to chop them up. Yeah, sometimes the branches are the width of some trunks of trees. Anyway, yeah, I was working for 5 years in the Senate, and that was interesting. And it taught me things about what you could do within the legislative system and what you couldn't do, and how important it is to have a mass public movement. Oh, I better do my feel first. What? They might. Happily. Okay, now I can save. I'll just take her clothes.
Sorry, I just had to make that soy milk and stuff. Anyway, yeah, Dee Dee uses a chainsaw.
Oh, that's right, she's firebite. I'll try poisonous touch.
I wonder
on
what
her.
those Vita mixes are like, you know, the expensive ones. I wonder if they're really loud like that too. Not
What's
that I
that?
care. Didi, is somebody trying to kill you there?
Yes, I just killed them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. No, it's not okay. I shouldn't be out there killing people. Oh, no.
Huh.
It's not safe for work. When people die here, they're naked.
What's that?
When people die here, they're naked.
Let's see. You might be interested in this book. Sam, I'll just put it in there. By Sherry F. Cobb. She writes a good book about, it's called Mind If I Order the Cheeseburger and Other Questions People Ask Vegans. Sherry F. Cobb. It's a very good book. I haven't read this one. I think Dee Dee has, though. Haven't you, Dee Dee?
Yes.
Beating Hearts,
Yeah.
Abortion and Animal Rights.
Yeah, that's very good.
Um,
Uh-oh, I've got cats coming up and
well,
getting me.
I think oftentimes that's a kind of one of those gotcha questions, about abortion, because it's a woman's right over her body. She, what she decides to do. I mean, no, really, there's no woman that really just takes terminations easily, lightly.
Yeah.
That's some sort of bullshit that's put
Yeah.
out. As if women kind of faily
Go,
kind of
"Oh,
go around
whoopee-doo.
terminating.
Let's have an
Yee!
abortion. Yeah.
Yeah, really. So
I think
there's
it's
all
often
kinds of
very
reasons
difficult
why
and-
women do
And
that.
traumatic.
Yeah, all kinds of reasons why women do that, and And like usually, like if they're so concerned about that, usually people that ask those questions are not vegans, so they're okay with, they're okay with the torture and killing of 1 to 3 trillion sentient land and aquatic animals every year. They're okay with that, and they might be okay with war too. Who knows? Are they anti-imperialists? All that kind of stuff. It's like, really, until they can kind of sort of prove in some ways that they are those things. They're against capitalism, because that's a killing people by the millions. I mean, these wars, capitalist wars, really, and it's also killing people within countries. Look at the US; it's a failed state, and all that kind of stuff. If they show interest in and sort of demonstrate that they care about the killing of that, then maybe I might believe them that they're concerned about vegans and whether they think women have sovereignty over their own bodies and stuff. I think so I don't know if that really answers things appropriately, like satisfactorily, but anyway, what did you think of that book, Dee Dee?
I thought it was very well done. I think it was kind of a complicated thing, but I thought it was good. That one was very much about the way you can't do those parallels.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You can't make parallels between
yes, because
killing
one
a
is
fetus.
property.
If you're so against, the argument is, if you're so against killing, how can you,
Yes.
justify abortion?
Right, yes.
And she basically puts the argument that the two are entirely different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, animals are property, so they have no rights whatsoever. No rights.
Well,
then legally in law, Dee Dee, non-human animals have no rights because they're viewed
sure,
as property.
but I mean, that argument,
Even-
if you put it towards
even
an
though they're
unborn
sentient
child,
beings.
An unborn child has no rights in law either.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know. That's not entirely true.
Well,
'Cause
in
if you
America,
go and
in a few places.
I think if you killed a pregnant woman, they consider that a double homicide, don't they?
I don't think so.
Oh, they don't? I
No.
thought they would. No?
I think the jury and judge would probably take that even more seriously.
Yeah,
But-
probably.
But I don't think it's legally against the law,
Yeah.
because if it was an unborn child is seen as a person, then if you do anything to harm that person, then you could be held legally
But then
accountable.
also, Dee Dee, there's the thing of animals are bred into existence to be used as resources.
Yeah.
And
Well, I think there's a whole major difference.
Yeah. There's
in the
it's a
thing.
different.
I
Totally.
mean,
yeah.
it is, on the one hand, the people who are anti-abortion arguing that an unborn child should be seen as an independent person,
Can you help him, sweetie?
and
Dear?
therefore abortion is murder.
Yeah.
And basically, feminists, including what's her name?
Which one? Andrea Dawkins? No.
No,
No, who?
the one who wrote the book.
Oh, Sherry F.
Sherry
Cobb.
Cobb.
I don't know.
It went out of my head.
No,
Sherry
she's-
F. Cobb.
Yeah.
She's arguing that basically, no, a woman's right over her own body
Yeah.
supersedes any right of a fetus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Particularly, like, actually, you're not supposed to have an abortion in the third trimester.
Yeah.
At that point, there starts to be some consideration of an unborn child. But you have a number of children, I think it's something like 20%, 20% of births are stillbirths.
Right.
Anyway, not all children survive. And a woman's right over her own body and her autonomy is seen as superseding any right that an unborn child can claim. I mean, the unborn child is not able to make a claim. and for somebody else to make a claim on their behalf is really them trying to force the mother to do, or the pregnant woman to do something or other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's entirely different than a sentient being that is already born, that's already there.
Yeah.
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 That you're causing harm to.
Yeah.
And she's basically makes the argument, she makes an argument against banning abortion, but she also makes the argument that the two are not equivalent. So it's a very interesting book.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, it should be pretty. Oh, well.
And it's kind of a complex question
Yeah.
because both of those.
Yeah, and ultimately nobody, like, no, I've never met any woman that just thinks, wee, I'm going to have a termination, you know,
No.
like, and I mean, it's a real thing that a lot of women struggle with, and after they don't forget it, like, it's something that, you know, it's not just swept under the carpet after it happens either.
What gets me is so many of these evangelical Christians
Yeah.
and you know, the anti-abortion people act as if women don't care. They're just
Yeah.
willy-nilly having abortions.
Yeah, yeah.
And on the other hand, they act as if they don't have any feelings. That if, when they say, if you had a child and you didn't want it, you could just give it up.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
if that would be easy.
Yes, yes.
You know.
And you never ever hear those same people supporting programs to financially help single women
No.
and single parents and all
Yeah.
that. You never
Their
ever,
right to life ceases at birth. After
Yeah.
that, you've got no
Yeah, they
rights
don't give a shit.
whatsoever. They don't care.
No, they don't care. Yeah.
There's no support for single parents. There's no support for, any of that sort
yeah,
of thing.
yeah.
Um,
And they're fine with all the wars and stuff. And I
Yeah.
mean, look at somebody was playing a little clip by.
they're usually all in for capital punishment.
Yeah, yeah. There was somebody was playing a clip by Pat Robinson. I think it was Amy Goodman was playing a
Yeah.
clip. What was it? And he was talking about, it'd be much better to just assassinate, some leader because, otherwise it'll cost too much money. And, and here he is, he's supposedly, a Christian, in quotes. It's just sort of
Well,
like...
this ease of talking about assassinating people. I mean, my God.
Yeah, I know.
As if they're non-existent.
Yes.
It's just,
Yes, look
you
at
know,
how many people talked about knocking off Julian Assange.
Sam is saying a lot of people are using women in Afghanistan as an excuse.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the U.S. were there for bloody 20 years, and they were bombing,
Yeah.
houses
Bombing
and
and killing,
villages, and
shooting
they
up
would walk
villages.
in there and shoot women, children, and
Free fire
old
zones
people.
and animals.
Yeah.
They just they were, and at one point I think it was
And they were losing to the Taliban anyway.
Kevin Gostola was saying how at one point, and it's not just US, at one point there was 5 children a day were being maimed and killed.
Yeah.
I think it was like 2013 or 2014 in Afghanistan. This
Yeah.
is, during the occupation where they're supposed to be helping, liberate. What a load of crap. And none
Yeah.
of these people, by the way, that are carrying on now, including the corporate media, said a peep about Afghanistan. And the last 20 years,
Yeah.
it was like a non-existent issue. Now, suddenly, when the corporate media think the U.S. is going to pull out, which they're not, they're going to still be there in the form of private military. Like, there's these contract military there, 18,000 of them or something. But they're not going to go. They're not going to be gone. They might look like they are, but they're not. But what was my point? Anyway, yeah, they didn't care about, they don't care about what was been going on the last 20 years. It's just, and so they're actually, the corporate media don't want them to go because they're corporations that pay them, that give them, that pay for their ads and all that sort of stuff. want their resources there. The $1 trillion worth of resources and the opium.
Well, but they're
and-
not going to get it. They haven't gotten it in 20 years. They haven't been able to do that because the Taliban have been
Well,
winning.
they got the opium.
Oh, they got the opium.
But they may
they
actually,
always, the CIA
Did he?
always gets
Did he?
opium.
They may have actually done some kind of a, who knows, some kind of a deal with the Taliban. Who knows?
Yeah,
You don't know what's gone on there. They may have, but they probably haven't, right?
no.
And
And the thing is, like if they were that concerned about the ideals or principles of the Taliban, then why are they such good friends with Saudi Arabia?
yeah, sure.
I mean,
And
that whole
Israel. And
ideology
Israel.
came from Saudi Arabia.
Well, the two biggest human rights abusers, they're allies. They're their two biggest allies.
yeah.
Saudi Arabia and
Israel
Israel.
and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael says, why we need to stay in Afghanistan, sponsored by Raytheon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
right.
the one.
Yeah.
It's not the resources they might get. It's the money that the
Yes.
defense industry
Well, there's that
is going
there
to
too.
get.
But also if I don't know, was it you, Michael, that said there was lithium?
Sam says the U.S. has killed more civilians than every terrorist group in the world combined.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
U.S. is a terrorist group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I'd understood what the U.S. was doing when, like you do at 28, Sam, because I was clueless until the internet, basically.
Yeah.
We get fed complete nonsense in the in Australia by the corporate media, don't we, Didi?
We do.
The Murdoch press owns 75% of the media there, so you don't really get anything that's real news, and we don't really have any independent media to speak of, and even four corners, which used to be
A good
and I'm not
investigative
even
journalism.
but I'm not even sure in retrospect how good
It
they
was. It was good.
were. Was it? Were they actually challenging U.S. imperialism?
I
in the
don't know
60s
to
and
what
70s?
extent they challenged U.S.
Let's
imperialism.
see, how good is that?
But what I was going to say is
Yeah.
they often challenged corporate power, government, a lot of big international corporations.
Yeah, but
like
how can you do
United Fruit and
when
stuff.
the US is meddling so much, you could almost devote and independent
Sure,
media
heaps
here
and
do.
heaps.
You could almost devote entire programs each
Yeah,
week
yeah.
to what they're up to.
You could. I'm going to go off for a few minutes.
Okay. And they should, because really isn't that sort of one of the biggest problems we have? Wouldn't that be great if an Australian media group decided, that was corporate owned, suddenly decided to focus on the US? You never know. That could happen one day. If say if China becomes and it will, the biggest economic power in the world, right? And they're trying to curry favor with China. You never know how things might go. Do you know what I mean? That's possible, isn't it? That they could start. They could actually change sides, and be on the side of China. No, but I mean it could happen. Like when they become, and they will, in about 10 years' time, be the dominant economic power. Corporations don't really have any real loyalties to anybody, do they? They have loyalties to their shareholders and to themselves, right? And
Corporations have used the U.S. government to be able to penetrate other nations and get their resources and that kind of stuff.
yeah,
And that's the U.S. government has been complicit. They've invaded countries and overthrown governments solely so that corporations can go in there and exploit them.
yeah,
In the name of the free market and that kind of stuff.
yeah,
And improving their economy and all this.
yeah.
Development is just about, like turning over all your resources to.
Yeah, nobody can hear you, Didi, and I can't repeat all that back. But Japanese were going to surrender anyway. They didn't need to do that at Hiroshima bombing.
Development was just, basically turning over international development is just turning over resources to corporations. And
Yeah.
they say this is how you'll get investment
Yeah.
and you'll profit and
Yeah, yeah.
you'll make money and your country will get better. But it never is, because they just come in there and exploit the shit out of them
Yeah, yeah.
and take their resources.
Yeah, yeah.
And the U.S. is quite happy to go in there and overthrow governments or go to war to take those resources and,
Yeah.
and allow. I mean, they're not taking them themselves. It's not like the U.S. is actually a colonial power where they take those resources generally.
Yeah.
It's that they're a neo-colonial power where they let corporations take those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing is, yeah, the corporations have no loyalty. That's why they are quite happy to set up their headquarters in tax havens.
Yeah.
But I don't think China would ever support corporations in that way.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't think that's where it wouldn't ever work
No, I don't.
with China.
Did he? I don't mean that that China would be in cahoots with the corporations. I
No.
mean the corporations would turn on the U.S. and start trying to curry favor with I'm not saying that China would go necessarily that way, but I feel like they would abandon the losing side somehow. I don't know how they do
I think it would have to lose really badly before they would abandon it.
I think it is going to lose
Because-
really badly. Don't you think?
Well, no. I mean,
You
it
don't
would
think
have
so?
to be like almost no power.
Oh, no power.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It couldn't be any kind of global power at all. Otherwise, the U.S. still uses their economic might and military might to bully other countries.
Right.
And, having that even in a weaker position, or China, which wants to regulate corporations at least,
Uh,
and is probably not really happy with U.S. corporations doing that. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of the big Chinese companies, corporations, are partly state-owned.
yeah.
And I think there's not always a lot of oversight, and there's state-owned corporations of China that are involved in exploitation.
Mm.
But that's not how it's supposed to be,
Mm.
even within Chinese. And every so often the Chinese government will hold people accountable for that kind of stuff, because
Yeah.
they're not supposed to be doing that.
Uh-huh.
But this is where power kind of corrupts.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can open that door. No. It's all good.
Excuse me.
Let's see.
Um. Oh.
Oh.
What?
Oh no.
What? What
I
happened?
opened the gate and there's two people in here trying to kill me now.
Oh
Oops.
no.
I think that was a mistake.
Huh.
Oh
The
no.
camp has
Oh,
the
I
same
think I
view.
just. Oops.
Michael said, the corporations are using state power for their own benefit. Yeah. In the U.S., capitalists tell the government what to do. In China, the government tells the capitalists what to do. Yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of billionaires in China now, isn't there?
Yeah.
They've got a kind of a weird sort of a hybrid of kind of capitalist and sort of state-controlled sort of stuff, market controls, haven't they, Didi? Didi?
Yeah.
Oh, you're trying to
Yeah. They've
trying
got
to
ever
fend
since
off
the dang.
demand economy. Is that what it is?
Well, it's
Command economy,
it's not
sorry.
a pure
Command
command economy
No.
anymore.
No.
It's a complicated thing. There is a certain amount of capitalism, and then there are state-owned corporations that are almost at arm's length.
Mm.
You know, in other words, they're not run by the state directly. They put people in charge to run them like a corporation,
Uh-huh.
and some of them get very exploitative.
Right.
And but they still are owned by the or majority owned by the state, and so the state will call them up
Yes.
on their abuses sometimes.
Yes. Hi, Ify. Yes, I'm not sure how you can have socialist billionaires. Because if you're a billionaire, there's probably something's gone very awry somewhere there. I don't know if you can be a billionaire and not have exploited people. It's impossible, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so China is sort of a interesting one. It's kind of you couldn't really call it communist, and you couldn't really hello little one, and you couldn't really call it socialist, but it's it definitely has pulled like 800 million people out of poverty, and that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Socialist billionaires, yeah, that's funny. Is he serious when he talks about that, Sam?
Oops. What am I doing?
Look, Ify's up. Was he in the ceiling? Were you in the ceiling, Ify? Excuse me. Ify, were you in the ceiling, sweetie? Hey, were you in the ceiling? Ify beeps. we haven't filled in our ceiling yet, like it's just a lot of trusses, and Aoife likes to go up on top of a cupboard and then jump up and then kind of go into the ceiling, and then he has a little sleep in the ceiling. It won't be like that for too long.
No.
Hey, Aoife, so you better enjoy it while it lasts, because at some point we're filling in the ceiling.
Yes.
There was a point for a while there where he wouldn't jump fences. He was afraid of jumping even low fences, and we thought, oh wow, he's we thought it might have been, oh, excuse me, we thought it might have been maybe, one of his legs wasn't, he had a bit of a wobbly ankle, and we thought maybe that was, but it turned out he was just being careful, and now he's just kind of jumping this and that, and he's in the ceiling. And oh, hi Holly, we've been going since what, 1:30 or something, Dee Dee, PM today, so that was like 8, oh no, it couldn't be that long ago, could it? No. When did we start, Dee Dee? Dee Dee?
What?
When did we start? Was it 3:30?
I don't know. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. It was like 3:30, so maybe that's like 3:30, 5.5 hours or something ago. We had to start 3 times. Yeah, we had to start. This is the 3rd time because we crashed.
Yes.
So you're catching probably the end of, I don't know, we might go for another half hour or maybe an hour, I don't know, who knows. Excuse me. So, did you have a good sleep?
I've probably been asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it'd be what, let's see, 9, about, it'd be like 7 o'clock now, I think, something like that. 7 a.m. Huh. Yes, we've been on for hours, Michael. That's funny, isn't it? I said to Dee Dee, "Oh, why don't we do something different, and we'll start, this afternoon." And we had to do a couple of things, but I think we started at 3:30 p.m. here, and I thought, oh, excuse me, we might just, do it for an hour, maybe two.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, I don't
And
know
here
what.
we
I
are
know we've
hours
been doing a
later.
lot of them lately, and I thought, I'm not really sure what we'll talk about, but we always end up just yammering on.
Mostly, we just felt like talking to people.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
And Michael said I started my morning by listening to you guys talk about fusion reactors. Yeah, nice light topic for the early morning. That was funny. So have you got anything on exciting today, Holly?
Oh no. How did she do that?
Oh, so coronavirus. I'm sorry to bring this up again, but I keep seeing these science articles about it. Coronavirus cuts cells hair-like cilia, which may help it invade the lungs. It's really nasty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway. So the 93-year-old Urses blue specimen, Urses, I guess, isn't the name of a butterfly, the first butterfly in U.S. insect to go extinct because of people. I'm not familiar with that butterfly. Excuse me. Yeah, viruses are smart. What are you doing, Dee Dee?
I'm dying.
Oh no.
Again and again.
Huh.
I think I'll go try that gate. I'm not doing very well with
So
this.
is it still raining a lot, Holly? Like Dawn was on here earlier and she said they got 4 inches of rain and stuff.
Oh, oops.
Oh no. Jesus. That's really weird,
What's
Dee Dee.
that?
Polar bears sometimes bludgeon walruses to death with stones or ice.
Jesus.
Oh my God. Inuit reports of polar bears using tools to kill walruses. They were originally historically dismissed as stories, but new research suggests that behavior does occur. My God, that's amazing, isn't it? And awful at the same time. Wow. How amazing is that? I guess they have, like a grippy kind of a paw, don't they?
Yeah.
You're just saying yes to anything, aren't you?
What?
You're just saying yes to anything because you're trying to fight off that person. I said polar bears have a grippy paw, don't
Yes,
they?
yes.
I guess they can pick up what was it, a piece of ice or a stone? My God, that's
yeah.
bizarre.
I don't know. I would have thought polar bears are probably didn't need to do that, but who knows?
Yeah. So apparently they found worm-like tubes in an 890 million year old rock that may be ancient sea sponges.
That may be what?
Ancient sea sponges, 890 million year old
Oh,
rock. So they're the oldest animal fossils by far. Wow, 890 million years. Did
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Isn't that amazing? Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Yeah. So that was back when the ocean didn't mostly lacked oxygen.
Yeah.
That's amazing, eh?
Were they involved in generating oxygen?
I don't know, it just sort of said it wasn't until a large pulse of gas to the atmosphere about 800 to 540 million years ago, known as the Neoproterozoic oxidation event, brought atmosphere oxygen levels to within 10% of modern levels, boosting the amount of oxygen in surface ocean waters. I quote, "But sponges are different from other animals," said Turner of Laurentian University in Sudbury, Canada. "Some sponges in the modern world and in the rock record are known to be tolerant of comparatively low oxygen relative to modern ocean levels." You know, we may end up even going back to that situation, do you think, where the ocean doesn't have any much oxygen, you know, when everything's over?
Yeah.
Don't you think? That
Yeah.
it might even go back to that.
We
What
may.
caused, Didi, what caused that great oxidation event?
Bacteria that were living for quite a long time.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like, was that a slow oxygenation of the atmosphere?
Of the atmosphere. Yeah.
Like,
Slowly the atmosphere shifted. There were bacteria that could live off methane, as far as I can understand,
right,
and bacteria that could live off rocks,
rocks,
just rocks. They could
eating
generate energy from the rocks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then some bacteria develop photosynthesis.
Oh,
And,
okay. The
started
ones that
to
ate rocks.
produce oxygen and stuff.
The ones that ate rocks.
I'm not sure when. I mean, there's not a lot of fossil records of bacteria,
Yeah.
but they've found like bacteria in the deep ocean that
Yeah.
don't need light and can live off rocks and things like that.
Already. And like now.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
and they're basically a couple of billion years old. I mean, they're
Yeah.
really old.
Yeah.
Mm.
Right. Hey,
And
Nandi.
I don't remember exactly how old, but very, very old.
Wow.
Let's see.
I'm going to have to, at some point, wouldn't be bad to have an update of that, Corel paint thing. It's been years.
What's that?
One day I wouldn't mind getting an updated version of that old art thing that I have, that Corel paint thing. Life on Earth couldn't handle oxygen. It was literally toxic to first life forms. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
You'd think polar bears don't need to use tools to kill anything. You would think that, wouldn't you?
What's that?
You'd think polar bears wouldn't need tools
To
to kill
to
anything.
kill anything? No, no. They have claws, you know,
Yeah, and pretty strong jaws, I imagine.
and very strong bodies.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. What's that? Do you know what exomoons are, Dee Dee?
No. Oh, well, they're outer moons, exomoons, moons that are far away.
This is, by the way, me asking Dee Dee questions. That goes on regularly during the day, doesn't it, Dee Dee?
It does.
I treat Dee Dee like she's a walking encyclopedia. On stuff that really, well, how could she possibly know? I ask her questions on things that she couldn't possibly know either. It's really funny, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, it just talks about this. In Chile, they glimpsed the dusky disk of a potentially moon-forming material around a baby
Oh, it's a moon from an exoplanet.
exoplanet about 370 light years from Earth.
Yeah.
What does that mean? It's like
Well, an
it's-
exoplanet is one
developing.
that's outside the solar system,
That's right.
what they consider the solar system.
Yeah. So this
And so an exomoon is a moon from an exoplanet.
so this dusky disk of a
Yeah.
potentially
It's
moon-forming
material that's forming the moon.
Right. Where is that coming from? Is that just gravity is pulling that?
Well, the theory of how
Oh,
planets came to being is they
Sorry, that was an ad.
started coalescing a whole lot of dust and material.
Yeah.
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 And it coalesced eventually into a planet through gravity and other things.
Yeah.
And so this is the idea that there's a moon being formed in that way.
Well, look at this. This is a
Yeah, that's an amazing picture.
no, but this is a picture of a planet forming, swirling
Yeah.
gas and dust to find hints of an embryonic exoplanet.
Yeah.
So it's images taken by a very large telescope unveils a still forming exoplanet in the dusk of gas and dust around a star within a. Oh, yeah, I see. That's the same thing. But isn't that amazing? That's of
Yeah.
a planet in progress.
Yeah.
I'll put a link to that.
Yeah, it's very amazing.
Yeah. God, that must be really interesting when you're like doing, sort of science like that, you know?
Yeah.
So, let's see. Oops. Apparently, they work out how old stars are by like younger clusters spin faster than stars in older clusters or something.
Right.
Anyhow, this is a bit of a rabbit hole, this science thing.
Yes. Science things are a bit of a rabbit hole.
Huh. Yeah. wonder exactly, how they in what's the name? In
What's that?
I wonder how the West now treats just the general population when they have COVID and they go into hospital. Like, what exactly do they do before they go to ICU? What sort of things do they do? What do they
In
give
the
them?
U.S.
Well, yeah, well, here, what do they give them and stuff like that? I'd like to know what the treatment is,
Yeah,
for people when they have it.
yeah. I
You
don't
know.
know.
I don't know who you would actually ask. Where is Beavis? Um. Excuse me. Oh wow. Those dinosaurs that they found in the
In Australia.
in Australia.
Yeah.
Well, it sort of says that when they were born, they could fly as
Oh, they fly as soon as they were hatched.
Yes.
Oh, that's mad.
Yeah. How
But
crazy is
I
that?
would imagine.
How does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I would have thought that you'd have to learn how to fly.
Huh? Yeah, well, that's amazing. And scary.
Yes. Amazing and
I wonder how
scary.
big they were when they were hatched. They must have been reasonable size. What do you think, Dee Dee?
No, they wouldn't have been too big.
What, a couple of feet?
I mean, they have to, darling, they'd have to come out of their parents.
Oh, that's right. But they were pretty big. Oh, no, hang on. They weren't that big.
Yeah.
They had a 7-meter wingspan.
Oh,
Yeah. They didn't hatch in an egg, did they? Did he?
what?
They didn't hatch in an egg. Pterosaurs didn't hatch in an egg.
Didn't they?
I don't know, did they? I don't know.
Sure they did.
Why? Couldn't they have had a live birth?
No, they didn't have live births until later.
Oh, okay. All right then. So they were. Oh, I'm sorry. So they were hatched from an egg.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Reptiles are all hatched from eggs.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So
Almost all.
so would they just hatch them on the ground? See, why would you know that? Why would you know that? Or dig a hole and lizards. That's what I'm saying. Why would you know? Why would you know that?
I don't know. I might have studied the egg laying of dinosaurs.
But
But probably not.
yeah, they could have.
I probably wouldn't have studied the egg laying of dinosaurs.
Oh God! So apparently, they suggest that they were strong and nimble flyers from the start.
I would have imagined that that's not an instinctive thing.
No,
Being
if
able
you were
to fly.
born, if you were born
Well,
with
birds,
wings.
birds are pretty quick off the mark, but they're not that fast.
No, that's true. Maybe it's just wishful thinking.
Maybe it is.
Agile flying may have helped the hatchlings not only escape predators, but also chase tricky prey such as insects, all while navigating dense vegetation, the team suggests. The hatchlings' humerus bones were surprisingly stronger than those of many of the adults, the team found. The hatchlings also had shorter and broader wings than the adults, suggesting they might have been capable of nimbly changing direction and speed if not flying long distances. Well, they're really clever, aren't they?
Yes.
Wow.
They're amazingly clever.
Yeah.
Little clever clogs.
Clever what?
Clever clogs.
Clever clogs. Animals.
That's a good Australian expression.
Clever clogs.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty amazing. I wonder how good their eyesight was. These
no.
duckbills that they've got don't seem to be very. They seem to be very awkward, Didi. Look,
Yes. They look really awkward.
very,
Do you
very
think they? I
awkward.
didn't think they had duck bills. I thought they had beaks that were full of teeth.
I don't know. Well, maybe these ones had duck bills. That's kind of nuts, though.
Yeah.
They look very, very.
Nuts.
They don't look like they
They
would
look
be
like they look
aerodynamic.
like flamingo. I think the fact that they made them
No,
pink.
they look like ducks with bat wings.
I think the fact that they made them pink was a bit. Do you think they were pink, Trishy?
No, I don't. I don't know why I keep coming back to dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs
You
a
like
lot.
dinosaurs.
I know, but like it seems like there's all these topics kind of jumping out at me. I'm not even looking for them.
Ah, yeah.
All the science.
Well,
these-
you are looking for them. You're on a science thing.
No, but I mean, why
You're
are
not
they?
looking at anybody's
why are they
comments
talking
anymore,
about-
Trishy.
Huh?
You're
What?
not looking at anybody's comments.
I am. Nobody's
You're
commented.
talking about science.
Oh
You're not,
no! Sam said, "Did you know that most humans still have Neanderthal DNA?"
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, about 2 or 3%, I think.
Mm. It's around planets.
I read an interesting book
Oh yes, I know.
On,
You've changed your profile name, Sam.
on the
Oh,
Harappans.
now it's gone back to Tanky.
What? What did you change it
Sam
to?
was Sam for a moment,
Oh.
and now he's Tanky Humanist again.
Oh, yeah, okay. Tanky humanist.
Now, see, those pterosaurs look like they've got a bird's head.
Yes. They look like finches. They've got finch
They
beaks.
look like finch dinosaurs.
Yes.
Huh.
Okay.
I hope they never revive them because there really will be Jurassic Parks and big dinosaur
What's this?
hunting things. Oh, if they ever resurrected dinosaurs, there'd be big parks, zoos, and there'd be
Jurassic Park.
people going on hunting expeditions.
Oh,
and,
no. Yes, there would, probably.
Oh, for sure. It'd be awful. It'd be just like other animals. It'd be awful.
Yeah. Poor dinosaurs.
Yeah. Better to stay extinct.
I'm running back and forth and carting all the bits, the loot from my victims.
What's that?
In this game, I'm just going back and forth and disposing of the corpses and taking their loot. All my victims.
What will happen, Didi, when Andromeda and the Milky Way's black holes collide in about 17 million years, and they merge.
Well, there'll be a lot of star systems that die. Basically, huge numbers, millions of stars will die.
Yeah.
Yes.
Including probably our sun.
What?
In our sun too, probably.
I don't know. Probably depends where it will be.
Yeah.
I've seen a picture of a colliding galaxy.
And
two
it wasn't
colliding
pretty.
galaxies. It looks pretty bad, actually.
Yeah. And there's really nothing you can do to stop that, really, is it?
No.
No. So, I mean, you know. Oh, excuse me. The galaxies will coalesce into one giant elliptical galaxy dubbed Milkomedia in about 10 billion years. But its Andromeda is on a collision course with the Milky Way. I'm sorry, I hope these things aren't boring people. You sort of, I guess, have to have some kind of interest in that, really, don't you? But let's see. Just before the black holes smash into each other, they'll radiate gravitational waves with the power of 10 quintillion suns.
Yeah, I mean, galaxies are
That sounds...
not static things.
No.
They're millions of solar systems.
Yes, yes. 10 quintillion suns.
What?
They'll radiate gravitational waves with the power of 10 quintillion suns.
Yeah.
Any civilization within 3.25 million light years from us that has gravitational wave sensing technology on par with our current abilities would be able to detect the collision, the researchers estimate.
Oh, that's good. 3.25 million light years.
So
That's a long way.
That's a long way. And so I mean, like, I see. There's a computer simulation of this. Hang on a second. I wouldn't want to debate an American conservative. Why would I want to do that?
What?
I wouldn't want to debate anybody in particular, but I wouldn't want to debate a conservative. I think they would, they just wouldn't. It depends
Oh, yeah.
who that is, really. Would you, Dee Dee?
Yeah. Sam, I was reading a thing about the Harappans, about the Indian populations, and how that with the latest technologies, they can tell that most humans have about 3% Neanderthal DNA. But the Indians are often a mixture of the out of African humans, the ones who came kind of out of Africa first, the Homo sapiens, and then populations that came from Iran and formed a mix of those two, formed the Harappan civilization, the Indus Valley civilizations.
Yeah.
And they later kind of moved south, and the Aryans came down from the steppes and moved into the sub-Himalayan areas and pushed a lot of the darker skinned people down south and created the Varna system.
Uh-huh.
But they're all mixed, of course, now anyway.
Would you like to debate a conservative, Dee Dee? And
What?
it depends who they are. Depends who they are too. Sam was asking, would I want to debate a conservative? And I was thinking, well, it depends who they are, but not really.
Not really.
I don't even like responding to comments on social media.
I don't. Yeah. Look, I don't believe in giving them a platform mostly.
No. Well, it depends who we're talking about. Do
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but you know.
But hello, you.
Aw, little
My
guy.
beautiful.
He's
boy.
hungry, darling.
Oh, hello, you.
Are you hungry, little bubs?
You want something, don't
Aw,
you?
sweet little
Yeah,
guy.
Here we go. our littlest cat, or our youngest
The one that you
cat.
keep seeing when our thing crashes. That
What?
little guy. The image that you see when our...
Yeah, the image when
that's the little
games
guy we're
crash.
talking to.
Him, he's the youngest of our cats, and he comes up to my desk and will stand there and rub noses with me and get all cute and sweet, and
Yeah.
it's usually telling me that he wants something to eat.
Yeah.
Now, how can I get this person? I have to really learn how to improve my Oh, I got her. Yay.
Holly said, Ben Shapiro. No, God. He's actually, I watched this thing between him and, he wasn't debating Russell Brand, but he was talking to Russell Brand, and it was the most sensible that he's ever sounded, except that he was still promoting bigoted kind of, but not in the kind of rabid way that he normally does on his show. Like, it was sort of, he didn't really get into saying, it was funny, he didn't really say anything particularly bigoted. You could see that he had issues, but he really, like, he was actually sounding halfway like a thoughtful, intelligent person when he was talking to Russell Brand. I didn't see the whole interview, but it was really weird. And I think, how much of how he goes on on his show and stuff, and talking to some people, how much of that is kind of an intentional, and put on, a bit like, how Alex Jones admitted, his lawyers admitted that he's a performer. And sometimes I wonder, I'm not saying I don't think that he has bigoted ideas. I think he does.
I think he definitely does.
But the way he was talking to Russell Brand was like, you would almost think that he was like he's came across as quite intelligent and quite thoughtful. And it was like really kind of shocking, really,
Yeah.
And I sort of thought to myself, well, if he can talk like that with Russell Brand, what on earth is the matter with him? And it's all like a grift in a way. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm not saying he's not a problem. I'm sure he definitely is.
Yeah.
But he definitely
is.
He had a whole other way of talking to Russell Brand.
Yeah.
And I wish Russell Brand would stop giving these people, because it doesn't really matter if he's behaving that way with Russell Brand. If he spends the rest of his time being bigoted and rabid and against Palestinians and all that kind of stuff, which he does, right?
Yeah.
If he continues to, well, then it doesn't fucking matter if he's, you know what I mean? It's what he's doing most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Playing to his audience. Oh, hi, Chris. Chris is here.
Oh, hi.
Nice. And Holly said, did you see that they found light, light that a black hole was ejecting light? I think that's...
What's that?
I think that Holly was saying, did you see there was this black hole ejecting light?
Really?
I don't know.
I didn't see that.
No,
I didn't think they did
that.
I thought that was one of the things about being a black hole.
Yeah, I don't know, Holly. Where did you see that? Do you mean Hawking radiation, Holly? Now, this is something, that I'd never knew about Stephen Hawking until after he died, is that he was quite a lefty.
What's that?
Stephen Hawking.
Oh yeah.
He would march. He was marching when he could actually walk, and he had even at that time, I think it was in the 60s, he was marching with Vanessa Redgrave and Tariq Ali, and he had sort of like a cane, but he was marching for Palestinian rights. He also had some other had some really lefty positions. Now that's something. This is the thing. You never really hear this often until people actually die. You know, the corporate media never mentions it, and even when they die, the corporate media doesn't mention it. You find that out through some other channel. You know, that they're lefties. Who that would have been really nice to know that about him.
Yes, wouldn't it?
So, how have you been, Chris? I can't remember I can't remember, Chris, I'm sorry, but I can't remember what state you're in. I know you're in the US, but I don't know. Oh, I can't remember. You know what I could eat right now, and it's not good, and
What's
we don't
that?
have any. Like the chips we get from the cafe, the local cafe, those little chippies.
Chips from the cafe.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I know. Maybe
That's
it's
very
just
naughty.
maybe it's just because I want something kind of crunchy. I'm talking about those little hot chips. You know, some
Would you
crunchy
actually
stuff.
eat something like that?
Yeah. I would eat if somebody put it in front of me now. Yes, I would eat something like that. So we'll have to come up and do a fast tomorrow. We were intending to do this 24-hour fast tomorrow, and instead we haven't started it yet, but we were going to do a 24-hour water fast, and so I don't know. What have you got there, Dee Dee? Oh no, not those potato gems. Oh, okay. Is that what you have? Oh no. That's probably the naughtiest thing we could eat. Connecticut, that's it, Connecticut. Ah. Okay, I won't forget that. Hopefully. Okay. Hello, little one. Hello. Well, hello. Hello. Alia. Alia. Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie. Did you get enough to eat? Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I did something weird with this Libra thing. I don't know, it does it doesn't seem to have any borders anymore, and I don't know how I did that. Oh crap. View? Okay. Normal view. That's it. There you go. Thank you for that. Let's see. Oh no, not round 2 of Storm Henry. Who said? Was it Holly? No, it was Dawn. That's right. She said Hurricane Rita came around for a second go. Didn't she, Didi? Dawn said Hurricane Rita came around for a second go, and she was hoping that Hurricane Henry didn't do that. And Chris said we're bracing for round 2 of Storm Henry. Oh, is it Storm Henry, not Hurricane Henry? We took a direct hit yesterday, and it's doubling back for another direct hit. Well, that's not good, Chris. And Sam says there have been many challenges to the Out of Africa theory, e.g. 2 million million-year-old human bones found in China. 2 million. Wow. Excuse me. Anyhow, now we're just being plain naughty. Here I was talking about the corn chips the other night, and now this. At least it's not chocolate cake, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
At least it's not chocolate cake.
It's funny I don't have any.
We can tell ourselves.
I don't have any inclination for that, which is weird.
Okay, well, it won't be ready for a while. So
Okay. What's a while? Like 40 minutes?
20, 25 minutes.
Oh, okay. Did you check the temperature, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is interesting, Didi. An experimental toothpaste aims to treat peanut allergy.
What's that?
An experimental toothpaste aims to treat peanut allergy. Tests are starting on a product that could help make immune therapy part of the daily routine. Sometime it may be possible for people to tackle their food allergies simply by brushing their teeth. A New York-based company has launched a trial to start testing this concept in a small group of peanut allergy sufferers. The idea is to expose users to small doses of an allergen daily in order to build and maintain tolerance to it. That's kind of a good idea. Hey,
Oh, yeah. Kind of.
you don't think so? I thought that was pretty good. Because that's a dreadful thing. A peanut
Peanut
allergy.
allergy. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, honestly,
yeah.
like, really life,
Life harming.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to walk to Caldera.
What?
I'm going to walk to Caldera now.
Oh, I wish they wouldn't do that. Breeding fucking felines, cats that are naturally hypoallergenic. They did that with dogs, and that was really the person who did it wished they'd never ever done it because they have so many problems. Not to mention that it's just wrong to be breeding animals into existence anyway.
Yes.
For our use. But putting that aside for a moment, just like doing that, it's just like all these poor bred animals have got all sorts of problems, health problems. Christ, when I read this, I thought they were going to find something for people. No, they're hypoallergenic cats. Jesus God in heaven.
Yeah.
Christ on a crutch.
It's kind of
Sorry.
disgusting.
Oops. Sorry, that's a bad. Honestly, it's just awful though.
It's
Isn't
what?
it? Oh well, I shouldn't say things like Christ on a crutch. It's offensive to Christians, but sometimes these things kind of just really awful,
Yeah.
and everybody be buying them. Meanwhile, there's millions of cats in shelters being killed.
Would everybody be buying them? I don't know.
Oh, probably.
Hopefully.
Probably people who always wanted a cat will go, oh, look, now I can buy these hypoallergenic cats.
Yeah. Isn't that
You know?
what the
And then you'll
Sphinx cats
find-
were supposed to be? The ones
And-
without any fur?
And then you'll find, you would think, and then you'll find a whole bunch of them in shelters.
Yeah.
and they'll have all sorts of problems, and people won't be able to afford to take them to the vets, you know,
Yeah.
as if we need any more of that. Oh, is Sam going now? Okay, Sam.
Okay, Sam.
Where is he? Just saying goodbye. Oh, okay. Goodbye, Sam.
See you, Sam.
It's 4:38 a.m. Oh, it was great talking to you, Sam. I hope that we see you again. That's an interesting little that little hand that he's got there.
What?
I've never seen that. This. Oh, look! See the little hand that Sam put up there.
Where?
It here. I've got it highlighted.
No.
It's an outline of a hand, but when you actually copy and paste it, it's just a little hand like that.
Yeah.
That'd be funny if the people that joined us earlier on come back, because it's like it's heading on to 10 o'clock.
Yes. Yes, people have gone to sleep and woken up again. Oh my, we're round the clock
Yeah.
with the all-night flight. Okay, Swift, come on. Swifty, come, sweetie. Look.
Oh, listen to it. The world's wasted nearly 1 billion, with a B, metric tons of food in 2019. Oh, look at this. Look at this
Yeah.
picture. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah,
Oh, God, that's awful.
yeah. It is.
Honestly, if there's any, visitors from another planet here just studying this,
Yeah.
they must just think, Jesus,
What's wrong with these people?
Yeah. That's awful.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever seen penguins just going in a circle, Dee Dee?
Penguins?
When you were out in the ship and stuff? Or,
No.
let's see, king penguin. Apparently, they never really knew why penguins were circling circled a lot, and it was because they were doing it fast to get muscle activity to help their blood get going and
Oh, yeah.
warm up.
Yeah. I don't think I ever saw many penguins when I was saying mostly
That's right. You're not going to find tropical penguins. Huh? Are you giving Swifty something to eat? Is that the MD stuff? Oh, okay, very good. You Swift, can you get him, Dee Dee?
Come on, sweetie.
Uh-huh. Yeah, oh, they do have the Vulcan symbol, yeah. Yeah. Chris was saying, too bad they don't have the Vulcan symbol.
They do.
They do,
Michael's
yeah.
got it right there.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the thing about, how much is that? 1 billion tons of food.
How am I? Oh, no. I got to see.
So how's everything with you today, Chris and Holly? I wonder if Ginny's still there, if she's gone off.
If Jen's still there.
No, Ginny.
Ginny.
So what's happening? Here's
Well,
Dee
I'm walking across the water. I'm doing a Jesus.
Dee.
And trying to get to Caldera.
What's that?
Trying to get to Caldera. I'm being attacked by cliff racers. I'm just going for a walk through the marshes.
Hi, Eefy. He's talking to himself in another room. What you doing, Eefy?
I've got to get better at it. I'm shooting pterosaurs. Oh,
Yes, they don't really leave you alone until you knock them off, unfortunately. Oh, these
No.
ones. Oh, no, those little crabs. They don't leave you alone either, do they, Dee Dee?
nothing leaves you alone.
No,
Not unless you
unfortunately.
can sneak by it.
It's not very vegan friendly, this game, but
No. Well, it can be. Once I learn enough magic to become invisible, I'll be able to get past them. But in the meantime, no. If I can get up that hill. Oh. Yay. Uh-oh. Where the hell am I? Oh. I have to go a lot further south. Oh well. I'll go through here. No, it's not very vegan friendly.
No. Oh. Oh, yes. Jenny's still here. Yes, I'm here. Really enjoyed the company these past 6 hours.
What's that?
Yes, Ginny said, yes, I'm still here. Really enjoyed the company these past 6 hours.
Yes.
Yes. I think this is our longest live stream, really. Isn't it, Didi?
Yes.
I think the
it is.
longest was 5 hours.
I will scrib.
So, anyway, Melbourne isn't locked down. Like, Victoria's doing okay so far, isn't it, Didi? It's,
I think
Sydney.
They do have a lockdown. I think they've got about 21 cases of.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, Sydney is still doing
Sydney is
terrible.
God, Sydney's a mess.
Yeah, like there was 800 or something today, wasn't
something
it?
like that.
That's getting into American. Well, America's way off that now. Like
Yeah.
they're like 200,000 a day, aren't they? Some crazy amount. Yeah, that's how it starts, though, isn't it? It's like, you get up to 800 and it starts to get to that sort of insane, where
Yeah.
it starts to look like it's going to get really out of control.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they're doing their best to. I think they're doing their best to kind of lock things down and
They're doing
try
their
and.
best to get it under control.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just really hard, and there's a lot of people being really stupid at the moment. And that's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay, I better check the map. Oh, I'm going to Aldrin. Oh, that's all right. I'm walking through the wastelands, hoping not to have to get into trouble with anybody.
What?
I'm walking through the wastelands, hoping not to get into trouble with anybody. Oh no, this is the naked Nord. Another naked Nord. God, stupid buggers. I don't want him to be around him. I'm going to try and sneak around him. Oh, there's a path. Oh.
Ginny says, lockdown in Melbourne, 9 p.m. curfew, 71 cases today. Oh, that's not very good. Chris said, I'm just getting my morning coffee ready, feeling a bit groggy this morning. Oh, let's talk about nuclear fusion then, Didi.
What's that?
Chris is saying I'm feeling a bit groggy and will inflict some nuclear fusion on him.
Oh no.
And then Ginny said, Delta is rapidly spreading. Yep. And
Yeah.
Chris said, so I'm in and out of the chat but listening. Okay, yeah. I know what that's like. That's what it's like in any chat. For, most of the US chats, the live streams, it's usually really early in the morning. So if I'm awake, I tend to be doing all these other things while I'm listening to it. Yeah. Oh my. It's dinged. Hey? Would I be able to have some tomato sauce with mine, Dee Dee? Oh, that'd be great, thank you. Hey, Swift. Swifty. Hi. Hi, Swift. Hi, Swifty. Yeah. So Dee Dee installed another shelf in the kitchen because we had excuse me, a third of the kitchen side of the wall really didn't have anything that you could do anything on. Now we've got this third side, and it sort of makes such a difference. It makes it so much easier to keep things tidy and stuff, doesn't it, Dee Dee? Now you have three shelves or 2.5 shelves to to make a mess on. Yes. Oh, hi, Kim. How are you? Kim said, is tomato sauce Australian for ketchup? Yes. Although people do call it ketchup, don't they, Diddy? But most people call it tomato. Do they? Or no, tomato sauce. Yeah, that's it. What you doing, Swift? Oh, okay. And ketchup is an Indonesian word, is it? Oh wow. Could I have a little fork with mine, Dee Dee, please? I'm getting a sore behind though, sitting all this time. Oh. We had trouble finding a chair for me. I like chairs that you can kind of lean back on, but they'll sort of stay back. And we had trouble. Unlike the Goldilocks of office chairs. And anyway, we finally we found a chair, but it was one of those mothers nursing chairs that mothers sit in to rock their babies back and forth. Yes, we started at I think it was about 3:30 or something like that. We had to restart it, but we kind of got back up pretty quickly. You can tell we live rurally and there's nobody around, can't you? Because we're online a lot lately. I might turn my microphone off because it's probably really... Some people really hate it when you're eating, and I understand that, so I will.
I'll take over for a minute. Oops. I'll take over for a minute just so that Trish can eat. Oops. No. Now I have a couple of things that are going to want to attack me. I'll try sneaking. Morgan. No, I want to go that way. I'll see if I can sneak past this guar. There's a guar here. This is a marathon stream. Yes, it is. But that's... We came back this afternoon and it was raining and very wet. And so we started a stream thinking that it would be... God, we started it around, what, about 1 o'clock? It was a bit after. I was supposed to call Maya at 1, and it was after we tried to call Maya, so it was probably 1:30 or... Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's like 8.5 hours ago or something. But I was going to call my daughter, but she's not answering her phone. So, let's see. Okay. Ooh, gurgling mud pools. Trauma root. Oh. Must collect some trauma root. I can make a levitation potion with it. Good. Cliff racer feathers and trauma root are good for levitation. Just useful information for people.
What's that, Didi?
I said cliff racer feathers and trauma root are good for making a potion, a levitation potion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like Didi has a high-res monitor. I have a pretty good monitor. I mean, it does pretty good. We have a very marginal internet connection here. At one point it was extremely... Trish used to do these wonderful interviews, and she'd done interviews with Margaret Kimberly and Ben Norton and so on. And then the internet just completely crapped out on us. Now, do I go this way or that way? I'll try this way. And, it went down to like less than 1 kilobyte per second.
Oh, yeah, it was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous. And we couldn't do a live stream, a live interview. Because that was the days when it was live interviews.
Yeah.
It wasn't a live stream. You couldn't record it and do it.
Oh,
And,
I think you could. You could do that, but when I was doing it on Real Progressives, I used to do it
Do it live.
live, yeah.
Anyway, here we are. We're back in town. I'm gonna go. And here I am in the Guild of Mages.
You seem quite intriguing. Please share your thoughts.
Oh, please share your thoughts. Let's see.
If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help.
Please, feel free. Talk at your leisure. Oh, friend.
What do you want of me, Outlander?
I thought you were supposed to be friendly. You are friendly.
What does that look like to you, Dee Dee?
What?
What does that look like to you?
Well, it's 19.18 megabytes per second, and the upload is 4.
Yeah, but what do you think of that?
Well, it's not bad. For an evening live stream, that's pretty good.
Mm.
I'm going to go visit Creeper.
Why does it say TPG? We're not with a TPG.
It's whatever it's connected to.
Oh, I
It
see.
tries the best connection for the best connection.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to try a spell. Mark. Now, is there anything I want to sell to Creeper?
Excuse me.
How much gold does he? Oh, I has lots of
Anyway,
gold.
that was kind of nice. Did he?
Yeah.
Naughty, but nice. I just noticed the font size of a text window is just guessing from my phone. I don't hear any background music, Dee Dee.
Don't you?
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Oh, it's very low. Excuse me. So how are things today? How's that sweet little kitten? Kim? Such a little poppet.
Why?
What's that, Dee Dee?
I'm just wondering why Creeper's not offering to sell me this stuff. Why?
Why would that be?
I have no idea. Why? What's that? We have. We're still meeting them. Chris Garrett can't tell the stream is at 720p max. The font size of the text window. Yeah, I'm using Open Morrowind, and the font sizes are probably a little bit different. I can change things. Kim says the kitten has developed quite the temper. It's adorable. Yes. The kitten has developed quite a temper. It's adorable. Why won't it? Okay. So why won't he buy my stuff? Okay.
Ask him has the kitten managed to avoid getting the feline herpes virus.
What?
Ask him has the kitten managed to avoid getting the feline herpes virus.
I didn't get that.
I'll put in a minute.
Oh, whether he's getting vaccinated for getting the kitten vaccinated, whether she is getting, whether he, the kitten, is getting vaccinated. I'm not sure. Is the kitten a he or a she? Or is the kitten just a kitten? The kitten is just a kitten. What?
No, I said, has it managed to avoid having the feline herpes virus because most kittens tend to have it?
Oh, have you managed?
No, has the kitten managed to avoid the herpes virus because most kittens tend to have it?
Has the kitten managed to avoid the feline herpes virus? Because most kittens end up having it.
Before the vaccination,
Yeah.
add that in.
What?
Before the vaccination, they tend to have it.
Yeah, before the vaccination they tend to have it. Yeah. Chris is saying I just have big monitor envy. Michael Cooper's widescreen is big enough to monitor mission control. Oh well. And I actually have two screens at the moment. I have a reasonable size screen and a small screen, and that's so that I can run OBS on one screen and run the game on the other. And Trish has one decent sized monitor. And we have another monitor in the other room for a different, for the cats, yes. Yes, we have a monitor for the cats. Now, what do I want to get rid of here? Light, I don't need that. Oh. I don't think I need Swift Swim. Okay.
Almost feels like I don't have any hair.
What's that?
My hair's very short. It feels like I don't have any hair.
Oh. Trisha's complaining about the length of her hair. It's cold. She's complaining about the cold. She doesn't live with me. Sorry, would eater, I think. Ah, yes. That's Kimmy, isn't it? The little one. Why do you think Sorry would eat her? Ah. Kim said that Sorry would eat Kimmy.
Who's Kimmy? The
What?
other little cat?
Kimmy, isn't that the little kitten's name?
I didn't think that was the little kitten's name.
What's the little kitten's name?
Uh,
I thought it was.
oh, okay, maybe I'm getting them confused.
Not necessarily. My thing with my mom is waiting for the vaccines. She keeps getting diarrhea. Oh no! But I'm assuming you're meaning the kitten, not your mother. I don't know about the virus. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yes. Oh, it's Kami the kitten. Yes. And Sorry. I know Sorry is your little cat. And she's violent. Oh no, she's an only cat. Sorry is an only cat, Trishy.
Yes, yes.
And it's Kami is the kitten's name. I had it wrong. Now, what am I doing here? Leaving. Putting my moon sugar in this box.
What's that?
I said, what am I doing here? Leaving. Putting my moon sugar in this box. Oh, I can sell him some magic bits.
Do not fear. I will
Oh, okay. So,
however I can.
so Sorry is violent towards other cats. Oh yeah, some cats they just have they just need to be the only cat. They kind of demonstrate that pretty clearly, some cats.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that's a good one.
We had a very traumatic thing happen to us with
Yes.
one of our cats. This is not the current lot of cats we have, but many years ago we had a lovely black cat, and he just did not want to be with other cats. He just didn't.
And it was a real shame because he was born with the other cats.
Yes, he was siblings with the other cats. And we went through this period where we tried to kind of help sort things out, and after 2 years of trying to do that, we had to rehome him, which was really difficult. We found him a great place, but what I mean is you sort of adopt cats, and you kind of, I make this kind of commitment that I'm going to stick with them for life, and look after them from until they die, kind of thing. So it's never in my head that I ever going to rehome anybody, but it was just a matter of have to, because he was making life very, very, very difficult for one cat, and it didn't matter what we did. Hey, Diddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but we
well, it
found
was
him
so difficult because
we found him a fantastic home, didn't we, Diddy?
yes,
was
he
really
was one
brilliant.
of the litter of kittens. We adopted
The mother.
the mother from the shelter.
We were
She
foul
was,
foster people.
she was pregnant, and we were fostering her. And
Yeah.
then when we had to give the kittens back to the shelter, we ended up keeping 3 of them.
Yeah.
And
And we found great homes for the other 2. But it was it was so difficult to to have to finally face that decision.
yeah,
And I think, if ever heaven forbid that should ever happen again, I think we would have done it earlier had we realized that there are just some cats that it doesn't matter what you do, they don't They don't want to live with other cats.
Yeah.
He was okay with his mother, the mother that we also adopted. He was fine with her, and that was what was really difficult too. He had a really good relationship with the mother cat, and so
Yeah.
it was Jushi was the mother, and it was just sort of like so that was really awful too, wasn't it? Dee?
Yes, it was.
It was just one of
And,
those
and
things.
it was just so
You
hard
have to
because
think
we
about
did we
everybody.
tried cat psychologists. We tried.
Oh, no, we didn't try. We tried a cat behaviorist. We even tried medication, which wasn't something we wanted to do. But we were sort of desperate to kind of keep him, with us, and so that he wasn't bothering this other cat, Zama, who was lovely. And yeah, but it got to the point where he was trying to drive Zama away, like literally drive him away, and that was just not okay. So anyway, yeah. So yeah, it was just one of those things. So some cats just no, it's like no, I don't want to, thank you. Oh no. Sorry, tried to kill the kitten I found last month. I had to keep the kitten in my bathroom to keep her safe.
Oh,
Wow.
Kim, that's so sad.
Wowee, that's amazing. That's she's very, that's really amazing. I don't think I've ever heard of that before.
Oh,
Wow.
yes.
Wow,
and-
you weren't kidding when you said she's violent
And-
towards other cats.
Yes,
Yep.
some cats will do that.
Wow.
Chris has got.
I guess if they're young
Chris has
enough.
got an only cat too.
Yeah. Our cats all get on very well. They have, like, considering that Alia is a very sort of temperamental, as she can change.
Yes,
They actually,
she's a
so
little
they've
baby.
sorted it themselves out. Rooney does some weird behaviour occasionally, but, on the whole, they, touch wood, they get on pretty well, don't they, Didi?
They do.
Yeah, and it helps that they have outdoor time and, they're not indoors 24/7. I think that helps, and also, this is a reasonably good sized house, isn't it, Didi? It's not tiny.
Yeah.
So anyway. Ah, that's good. Kim says she's a love machine with her, though. Yeah. Ali, we've talked about Ali before.
Well, Ravi was very loving with us.
Who?
Ravi.
Yeah, Ravi, we had to find another home for. Well, Ravi was a little kitten that we adopted from the shelter to, which we were hoping, we'd get on with
With Aoife.
but he just wasn't socialized with other cats, and he was really he didn't matter that we did the slow introductions to the rest of the, like you're supposed to do, through the door and all of that scented stuff, all that kind of thing. It didn't make any difference. He was just freaked out. But I think actually that's probably, in retrospect, we found a great home for him too, a really, really good home.
Yeah.
So we only had him literally for like, I don't know, it was like 3 weeks or something, wasn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
And then we found him eventually found him a great home. It was a bit difficult
It was
at
actually
first.
dramatic.
Yeah, it was
We won't
actually
go through the
dramatic.
whole
We won't
story, but
go through that. We had a bit of a whoopsie friend, a very odd person who's no longer our friend, unfortunately. Oh well, it's not really unfortunate. It's probably for the best. But anyway, we won't go through that saga.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, but he's got a great home now, but he really, and he may have even been the case that he was, because he'd been in the shelter and he'd had a bit of a rough time in the beginning. I think he may have been a bit just traumatized by his he was like, I think 6 months old when we adopted him.
yeah.
And I think he might have been just a bit traumatized from everything, and so it was just sort of, it was just too much for him to be in a house with a few cats, even though we did the slow introductions. So anyway, he might be totally fine now. If the person that had adopted him got another cat, he might be totally fine. So
He might be.
yes, domestication is just awful. It sure is. It's just, when you just think there's this just endless supply of these dogs and cats in these shelters, and a lot of them are a lot of them are kill shelters. It's just awful, really. And then there's that whole thing of keeping
How may I help?
animals locked up 24/7. It's just not. It's not okay. It's just not. Didi, is it? In these prisons, 24/7 for their life. It's just. I can understand in some countries, but the whole thing is faulty from the start. So you get more and more messed up situations coming from that.
Mm.
And the pet industry and the pet food industry and the vet industry, they're all making money off this domestication. I didn't even, we've been through this before, Kim, where it's like I don't know how just everyday people can afford vet bills and stuff, and it's ridiculous, and so a lot of people don't take their cats to vets and things, and dogs to vets.
Yes.
Hey, because
Yes.
it's just too expensive.
Yeah.
So, it's just sort of prohibitive, the costs of vets and stuff. And I mean, we had this bill. We're paying off this bill for Swifty. Was just he developed diabetes because he's always been. He was 11 and a half when we adopted him, and he had a sort of this eating issue because he'd been starved, and so he was obsessive. And it was really hard to stop him from cleaning up other cats' food. And he ended up putting on a lot of weight, and we knew he was going to get diabetes, and sure enough. But we got that under control, and it's actually went away. It might be coming back a little bit, so we may have to re-employ a little bit of insulin. But cats can actually recover from diabetes. But what was my point of that story? Anyway, he'd be dead. He would have been dead probably if we hadn't done that. If he'd been with someone else and they couldn't afford it, we can't afford it. Hey, Didi, but we've got this.
No, I mean,
we've
so
got
much
this
of our
bill.
money goes to
Yes,
cats.
pretty
It's
much
just
most of our
incredible.
money.
All of our spare money.
Yeah,
At
the present time, I'm paying them $250 a fortnight to pay off this bill.
Yeah.
and then I'm taking Aoife to the vet on Thursday just for his yearly thing, and maybe have an X-ray of his two front legs because he's got a bit of a weak ankle, and if there's a problem with that, we wanted to get that addressed early so that he doesn't end up with arthritis down the track. But so that'll probably be another $300 or $250 or something like that, probably $300 or
Yeah.
more. Could
Yeah.
even be more than that. So then you add that on. So basically, for the next probably month, we've been paying off $250 the last month or so, and that'll probably take us into another, say, 6 weeks. And it's just like paying off some kind of a loan or something.
Yeah.
It really
it's a
is.
crazy amount of money.
Yeah.
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 And we can't really afford that, but I mean, you just do.
We're the kind of people, we got enough money that every once in a while when we go into town, we can share a cup of coffee.
Yeah, we can share a cup of coffee.
But
Yeah.
the cats get looked after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't go to dinners and we don't go to the movies, and do we, Didi? I mean, we
No.
don't. We just don't.
No, we don't do anything really.
Yeah.
We have live streams.
Yeah, we have live streams.
Yeah.
And we have sort of we have real-time friends, of course, but I mean, they're incredibly busy, so we don't get to see them much
Very often. No.
very often. So people are so busy now, you've got to kind of book in advance. I remember, like in the 90s, you could kind of drop in on people and stuff, and now it's like you got to book weeks in advance. Hey,
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
yeah. I was thinking,
What are you thinking?
oh no, it's alright, I'll tell you later. Um,
Why? What is I'll tell you later mean?
no, it's alright.
Is it naughty?
No, it's not
Oh,
naughty. no.
okay.
So, Sari goes outside but stays, excuse me, on the property. She's scared of other humans. Excuse me. That sounds like she's had a bit of a thing
What's
with
that?
people, maybe. The rescue vet said that our cat was brought in badly injured by some outdoor animal. Wow.
Ah,
The cat was brought in badly injured by some outdoor animal, maybe another cat. The cat bought the cat? Wow. It must have been, what, a kitten or something. What happened there?
well, some of the cat may have beaten up the kitten. Isn't that what
Brought
she's,
in badly
she's saying?
injured. Oh,
Isn't that what she's
I
saying?
see. No, I see. Yeah, I see. Anyway. I have to do some intense budgeting to pay for the vet. Yeah, you need an appointment to see friends now. The real vet budget
Yeah, what is that about
issues.
needing appointments to see friends?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kim's mentioning that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying
I
that,
find
yeah.
it really discouraging, but
Yeah.
it's apparently everywhere for everybody.
Yeah, it's like,
It's like there's so much pressure on people all the time. It's what I was saying about there used to be gaps,
yeah,
and if you wanted to live in the gaps, you kind of could.
yeah,
You could live in the gaps and do a bit of a part-time job and do some theater and, manage to get by.
yeah,
And then slowly those gaps have all been closed, to make sure that people are either stuffed or they're working.
yeah. Like, we have this friend who has, who's a builder. He's doing some building, and he's doing some building now with some, what is it, Evie? He's doing some building with some other people, and when we came back from Queensland, we were hoping to kind of see him, and that was like, in early April. And now it's like almost September, and we probably won't see him for another couple of months. I mean, it's like we haven't even seen him once this year. Have we, Dee?
What? Who?
Russell.
Russell? No,
Yeah.
no.
So I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, we'll get to see him by the end of the year.
Yeah, I hope so.
So I don't know what happened to her. I've never heard of false abandonment.
What's that?
I've never heard of false abandonment.
Oh, false abandonment is where somebody says the cat was abandoned, I think. Okay. False abandonment is, I think, where a cat is claimed to have been abandoned.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I think that's what she's talking
Oh, I see. Yeah. Hey, Nandi.
You could ask for sure while I
Yeah.
glasses.
Yeah. Yeah, the music's very low, isn't it, Didi? Quite low, I think. Oh, maybe just a tad. I don't know. But maybe this is just because it's when they're just standing there doing nothing, it's kind of subdued. not very long. Don't worry about it, it's okay. Not very long, no. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Look at him. Look at him. Sweetie guy. It's alright. It's okay.
Okay, well tell me if it's not okay.
Oh, yeah. And Kim said, I went to adopt a black cat, but she ignored me completely. Didn't care for my anxious energy, I think. Sari was meowing at me, so I adopted her instead. Huh. Oh, hi, Holly. An Economic Hitman. What was that?
That's an excellent book.
Yeah.
Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah.
That's very revelatory.
Yeah. I wonder if he got in a lot of trouble for that book. Did he?
I don't know. Probably not.
No?
I don't know
Why
if
is
he'd
that?
written it. I don't think he would have written it if he was going to get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you get into trouble for revealing stuff like that?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think he was retired and he was making money doing this book. So he's probably not so concerned.
I don't know. I'd be concerned that
Oh, I
and
need
one
to
day
look
your
here
brakes failed or something, or you know,
Yes.
or your Mercedes ended up in
a
a big
nasty
ball of
accident.
flames like Michael Hastings, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Somebody may just have a nasty accident.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kim said, I thought Holly was talking about vets being economic hitmen.
Yes, they're a different sort of economic hitman.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good one, Kim.
What a racket that is. The amount of money vets can charge now.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
I think they
$85
make more
here.
money than doctors
Yeah,
at this point.
$85 just for, palpating their body. I mean, it's the most basic thing, that you could do. Like, it's not using any machines or anything.
And they
they
charge
just-
for every little
$85 just for that. So basically, after you walk in the door, you're immediately charged that $85 just for them fiddling with them for a little bit. What a racket that is.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they charge $25 for for doing a blood pressure using a Doppler machine, which is something that we were using back in nursing, like in 1978, using Doppler machines for some things. I mean, it's just an audio device, and $25 for that. That's insane. I mean, what a racket. That's just for those two things. Like, I'm sure they charge you for the wear and tear on the seats you sit on while you're waiting to go in and see them. Every
Yeah.
time we get a bill, we just think, I mean, we're relieved that we're able to, have these little guys looked at and sort of helped and everything, but at the same time, it's just sort of like, just
Yeah, it's
just
really
appalling.
outrageous.
Yeah,
It's so much money.
yeah,
you
so
know.
much money. Yeah, they charge for the air animal, and I'm sure they do compare prices with one another. These vets almost, and they all chat like you. There's nobody you can really go to that's much different. Oh, what is it, little Eve? Evie, what is it? There's no. I'm sure they do that. Hey, Diddy. So, you can't sort of think to yourself, oh, well, I'll go and see this guy because you're charging too much, because they're all much the same.
Yeah.
I think they all just,
What's he carrying on
I don't know.
about?
He's just carrying
Hello,
on.
what's up, sweetie? What's up?
He said, I'm just being vocal.
Oh.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. He says, "Why is everybody sitting here? You've been sitting in front of these screens for hours and hours.
What
Why?
the hell's the matter with you?
What's wrong with you?
Looking
Is
into
the bed on?
into light boxes all day."
Yes. Is the bed on? I might go turn the bed on.
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have an electric blanket on the bed, and the cats love it.
Yeah, they do. It's great. It's great in winter. We don't have it on all night. But we just like turn it on and
We
warm
turn
the
it
beds
on
up.
to warm the bed up, but we
Yeah.
often leave it on for the cats in the evening.
Oh yeah, in the evening because they like to go in and
And
they
have a
like
nice
the
warm
whole
spot
house
to
is
lay
their
on.
bed, really.
Yeah. Once we go to bed, we turn the blanket off, and then they've got us to cuddle up to.
Yeah. Anyway, I remember actually many years ago I had I went along to. Oh, little guy, it's okay. There was this year. There was when we first became vegan in 2005, and we hadn't really worked out things out and sort of clarified our position.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? It was we went along to this thing. It was a animal welfare. It was this cats thing of getting euthanasia in quotes down to zero. With cats in this animal welfare thing. And there was this, and there was a lot of welfarist. There was a few welfarist vegans there, and then
Yeah.
and then there was this guy from the pet industry, and he pet food industry. Was it the pet food industry or the pet breeding thing?
I don't know. One
Breeding
of those.
thing. Anyway,
Yeah.
I said something to him, which was sort of like not very complimentary about the fact that there's all this breeding going on, and there's lots of like he was a stakeholder, that kind of thing. All these
Yes.
stakeholders in this continuous supply of domestication kind of thing. And I remember he didn't take kindly to what I said, and he kind of gave me this evil look and just kind of walked off.
Yes.
I can't remember what it was, but anyway, it was probably something like that. But all these kind of, I even hate the word stakeholders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What stake do you
stakeholders
have
in what? Keeping the whole fucking thing going, and so
Yeah.
you can all make your money, and you're all in cahoots with the, the
We've
whole
put
thing.
money into this.
Yeah.
We're stakeholders.
Oh, hi Dan, how are you? Yeah. And right in the beginning, you could see you could see how people, if they didn't have clarity on their position, they could be sucked into by welfare type. I had what was
Yeah,
it? The
beautiful.
World Society of Protection of Animals, WISPR, contacted me all the time to try and get me on board with their organization in some way. Like they just try and they. Oh yes, and then Peter. There was all these sort of trying to get me in with their stuff, and like, I don't know, and I don't think you'd even be able to explain to them what was the issue, because there's something. I'm probably rambling here, but there's something though about really dedicated welfarist vegans, and when I say that, I mean
People who work for organizations.
people who work for organizations that promote that it's morally acceptable to use animals as long as it's done quote unquote humanely, and they do this every little bit helps thing, and they promote humane in quotes use of animals, which is just, there's no such thing as non-abuse of animals, and even if there were, it would still be wrong. And so that that's what they do, and they cannot seem to let go of that position. Doesn't matter how many ways you sort of say, look, the way to end it all
Yeah.
is to promote veganism, not
is-
to do these baby steps and every little bit helps, and meat-free Mondays and fish-free Fridays and veganuary and all these sort of things. They really just drag it all along, and no, vegetarianism isn't a step to veganism and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter how
no,
many ways you explain it all to them, they don't get it. and honestly, I used to have so many fights online, and when I had Live Vegan on Facebook, it had a lot of members on there. This page I had, I used to regularly get all these welfarists in there, kind of trolling and ad hominem attacks and all that kind of stuff, and it was very tiresome. And I'm not sure why I'm talking about this. Why did I start this, Didi?
I don't know.
Oh yes,
Cats.
cats.
It went from
That's
cats.
right, cats. The welfarists at the that down to zero thing. What is it, Nandi? What is it? They're a bit like the fake left. You know how it's like they can't seem to understand what's wrong with being, like they're imperialists, really, soft imperialists. They don't seem to have any proper position on imperialism.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter, how many ways you explain it to them. They're not going to let go of that,
Yeah.
because there's inherent problems there. Just like the welfarist vegans are inherently speciesist, but they can't see it. Hey, Nandi. So I see a lot of similarities between the faux left, the soft imperialists who think that they're left, and the welfarist vegans. What do you think, Kim? I went down the welfarist route for a year. It seems like it just grasps most people, yeah. Oh, you're driving at the moment? I hope you're not typing. Driving 400 miles north through Michigan. That's Dan.
Oh, yeah. Through Michigan. Yeah. Yes, I think we went through a phase where we were trying to improve things, and
realized it was just a
yeah, I ended up. They were having an inquiry into piggeries, and they wanted to do new regulations for piggeries and that kind of stuff.
Don't get into all that big long story.
Well, I just wanted to say, it was a final step for me. I looked at that and I thought, no, arguing for a slightly bigger sow stall or something is not what we're interested in at all.
No.
The whole thing is
or new ways to kill
awful.
New ways to kill animals that are quote unquote humane.
Yeah.
And you could see they were trying to co-opt you.
people.
Yeah, they were trying their best to co-opt you and stuff. And I could see how, when I was a new vegan, how the WSPA, which is a kind of rubbish, and Peter at the time, I think they're a little bit better with their veganism. I don't know. I haven't looked at their site for years, but I think they do a bit more vegan stuff. But they've still got all these confused things and boycotting this and single issue campaigns that make a lot of money for them.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. I think they still promote humane use. I mean, there was the Humane Society of the United States is the biggest joke of them all with their, they had this thing that they did, they'd have it once a year. It's 4 nights every year where they'd serve up some different animal with a different it was like a different species of animal each night. It had a name. Sort of fucking
hooves
stupid.
and something.
Hooves and something. I thought, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You probably know about that, Kim. They talk on both sides of their mouth, Peter. Yeah. And on even on Instagram just recently, somebody was trying to get me to, and if they're not trying to get me to do something, there was somebody, I don't know, I don't think it was PETA, but it was some group. And then if they're not doing that, they're trying to get you to do some health thing. Like I get a lot of people approaching me with to either work with them with their health thing, where they're promoting vegetarianism, or they're promoting really wackadoo stuff. I don't know, and I'll try and explain to them, and I don't even think it. You know, people just think veganism is some sort of a health kick.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's not surprising, really, that they think that, because it's most everybody.
More recently, people have become environmental vegans,
Yeah.
and that
And even though that's
in its way, that's a good thing, but in its way, it's just as bad.
Yes.
Because if you're doing it for your health or for the environment, if you cheat a little bit or
Yeah.
aren't quite strict with it or something like that, then that's just fine.
Yeah.
You know, well, okay. You know,
Yeah,
like you're mostly doing a good job, and that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're actually an ethical vegan, then
Yeah.
you're an
you
ethical
just, you
vegan,
just,
and you
you
just don't do it.
You just don't do it. Yeah. Yeah. Like I remember it really early, like it was probably 2005, early 2006, you know, when we were new vegans and stuff. I remember Animal Liberation Victoria had a...
Animals Australia are terrible too.
Well, Animals Australia were awful, but Animal Liberation Victoria, they had this march that we went on. And in retrospect, there really wasn't a vegan sign inside. It was all these kind of welfareisty things. And also they kept, on a loudspeaker, they kept on talking about the environmental impact, which of course is real, but I mean, that shouldn't be the reason why people go vegan. I mean, going vegan being an ethical position, you know. So, you know, there are ancillary benefits. So that was back then. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked at that site
That
for a long
wasn't
time.
that march for
Paddy Marks.
ending the live ship export, was it?
No. There wasn't a march for that.
No,
it was just a march. It was just a, you know, I don't know what it was called.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't
Yes,
think
Hoofing It. That's the name of it.
an honor to me.
I mean, unbelievable. You know?
Yeah. Hoofing it, yes.
Christ.
Yeah. Hoofing it. Let's go eat things with hooves.
Oh, I mean, but, you know, it's
For the
like
animals.
it's even sort of like a bit comical, the name, Hoofing It.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that appalling?
Yeah.
Serial killer really cut back
Walk with
on his
virtue.
murder, just small lapses. Oh, that's a good one, Dan. The
What's
serial
that?
killer cut back on his murder, just small lapses. So Kim says we've reached the point where we have to say ethical vegan. I know, really. It's sad and embarrassing that you have to kind of spell it out, because there's so much misinformation and disinformation. But I have to say, like, I've been on the some online search alerts for a number of years online, and so I get probably once a week or a couple of times a week I'll get some alerts about, you know, with keywords in it and stuff, and you know, about say 10 years ago or 12 years ago, you would get numerous, like it would be like 95 or 97% would be complete disinformation and smearing vegans, right? And did he?
Yeah.
So it was just that. It used to be. Now it's actually you probably get 97% now are good and interesting, right?
Yeah.
Things, and you'll get say 3% that are smeary and BS.
Well,
Isn't that amazing? So in that time, it's like it's reversed.
yeah, I think a lot of that is down to people,
Oh, hi, Tom.
but I'd say it's also down to the fact that businesses have realized that this is a market
Yeah.
and they can make money out of it.
But isn't that amazing? That's amazing, though, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
I mean, there was a time there in about 2009 where I just thought, oh my God, this is going so glacially slow. I just didn't think it was going to take off. I thought it was going to take like decades and decades.
yeah,
And then it just sort of like literally like 3 years ago, it really took off.
yeah,
Sort of. Now, I'm not saying that it took off in it that everybody was thinking and would define themselves as, in quotes, like, as an actual vegan, like an ethical vegan.
no,
That's inherent in that name. That's what it was supposed to mean when Donald Watson coined the term in 1944. It was supposed to mean that. But it's like, but there's a lot of people label themselves. There's a lot more people label themselves as vegan. Veganism isn't like some fringe philosophy thing anymore. And businesses, capitalism is recognized as a niche, and now they're sort of, instead of smearing vegans, they're kind of trying to embrace them. Although they're not embracing them because they think veganism is a good idea. It's just another profit-making thing.
yeah,
But still, that's okay. I mean, it's okay in that that's just one less foe to have to deal with.
yeah,
And but there's so many there's so many plant-based dieters. That's what they are. They're not vegan, but they call themselves vegan. And I like Cheap Lazy Vegan, and she has some pretty good positions, but some of them are really stupid. Like people will ask her questions, and she's been like vegan, I don't know, for 5 years or 6 years or 6 or 7 years, I think. And she's got, I think she's got some kind of ethical position, but she's got some really, bad takes on a few things.
yeah,
Bad takes on.
yeah,
And I just think, what are you saying? So I sort of say something to her in the DMs, but I don't think she reads, probably doesn't read it. And if she does, she might think, oh, here's another purist or what, who knows, you know what I mean? But anyway.
oh come on.
Hey, Tom, we've been doing this for, I don't know, a long time. Let's see. It's 11 o'clock, and we started about... Dee Dee thinks it was about 1:30, so that's what... It can't be that long, Dee Dee, can it?
Yeah,
We must have started later.
might have been 2, but it was, yeah.
Because I don't think we could be going for like, what, 10
Oh
and a
no,
half hours?
no, because we were going to do it, and you were listening to that, to Luna Oi.
Yeah, I was listening to the Luna Oi
started
thing.
after Luna Oi.
Yeah, so it's
So it might
probably
have been
more like
3 or something.
3, yeah, so that makes more sense then. So that's like 7, what is that? 8 hours?
Yeah,
Wow, longest live stream that we've done by far now.
yeah.
Well met.
So this is like being around for the second sitting.
Yes.
Hey, Dee Dee.
Yes.
May you find me.
So who's
I
BBRAC?
feel as though I should know you.
And C. Oh, okay.
Oh, I wanted to become a mouse.
Oh, I see. I see.
Oh,
That's
patron.
Ginny. Right. Oh, okay. So Ginny said, I think it was 3:15 when you started. Okay, so that's about almost 8 hours then. When I got up, and that was 3. Oh, hi, Evie. Evie, come here. Come here. Come here. Evie. Come here. Come here.
Okay.
Hi, Nandi.
Let's see.
Yeah. Can I put my legs up there, Nandi? Can I put my legs up there? Whoops.
Okay, don't want to be back here. Let's see.
A warm welcome to you.
Tom says I saw the notification when I got up, and that was 3 hours ago. Yeah. And Jenny said I think it was Ginny 3:15 when you started. Yeah. It is. It's very cold tonight. Where am I? Okay, I have to go for a ride on the giant flea. That's nicer. It's just raining. Tell us a sailing story. Dan is saying, tell us a sailing story.
Oh yes, tell them the one about the giant manta ray.
Oh, yes.
Nandi.
When we were sailing at one point towards India, and we'd gone down the Red Sea and had stopped at Al Hodeida in Yemen. And
Tell them the story too about the you know how they made those shelter.
oh, Al Hodeida was kind of very funny. Now, Hodeida you've probably heard of in relation to Yemen and the wars there. At the time, there was a dock there, and there was room for about 3 ships to dock, 3 big ships. And there were all these big ships off the coast because they were trying to sway. At the time, this was in the 70s. It was probably 74 or something. And it was when there were 2 Yemens. There was North Yemen and the People's Republic of Yemen in the south. And North Yemen, they were particularly trying to influence. Various countries were trying to influence them. And so they'd be bringing these cargoes of stuff for I don't know, the emir or the shah, whatever he was, the head of the country. It was one of those monarchical things. And so there were all these ships there. They couldn't get into dock, and there were all these ships waiting outside to dock and unload their cargo. And it cost a lot of money to keep a ship just hanging around waiting. And so they were trying to get very pushy and demanded that they could come in and offload night and day. And the Yemenis didn't want them to do this. And they had a very simple expedient. They just turned off all of the harbor lights in the evening, so they couldn't get in very easily. And so there were no navigation lights for getting into the harbor, which was a little bit tricky. And when we got in, we ended up docking there, and this was on the research ship Heraclitus, which was a 3-masted Chinese junk design research ship, and we were doing a lot of oceanographic research at the time. And the docks in Hodeida, there were a lot of people who were living at the docks, who were working there. It doesn't rain very much in Yemen, and particularly in Hodeida. And so they had been bringing in cement, and there was sort of cement dust, a couple of inches thick all over the docks. But people who were working at the docks would live there, and they would get these crates of stuff that they were bringing in, and they would stack them to make walls, and then they would get cardboard and stuff to put across the top from the cardboard cartons and things. And you'd see these stacks of things that were like champagne glasses and jam and things like this as a wall, and then the cardboard across the top with electric typewriters holding down the cardboard, and people sitting inside there, chewing a bit of cat or having a smoke or a sleep.
Chewing a bit of what?
Cat. Cat is a plant that
Okay.
people in Africa and Yemen
Right.
chew.
Right.
And it's mild narcotic,
Right.
more like marijuana or something than
Oh yeah.
like a heavy narcotic.
Excuse me.
And I remember walking into Hodeida and having seen these corner bathtubs on the dock and wondering where they were going to go, because most of the houses at that time, as you walked in from the dock, I'm sure they had square houses further in, but along the walk from the dock, it was mostly round glass huts.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering where the corner bathtubs would go. And- yeah.
That's a good one.
And anyway, that was an interesting story. We had the Red Sea was very beautiful. I remember we stopped at a truly desert island and for a little bit and camped out.
Yeah.
And the reef was just so incredible. There was a lagoon,
Yeah.
and then there was sort of the reef wall, and then the reef just went down like 300 foot.
Wow.
And there were sort of sharks around the outside, just smallish ones,
Yeah.
sort of 6 foot or something.
Yeah.
But all these beautiful, incredible fish, because nobody was really going to fishing. So
Yeah.
there was just so many fish everywhere. It was incredibly beautiful.
Yeah.
And I did a lot of diving off that reef, and it was really
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of diving.
Yeah.
And anyway, we were crossing the Gulf of Aden, which is after you go out Bab el Mandeb, you look across under Yemen and Aden is the Gulf of Aden, between Africa and that area. And as we were sailing across towards India, we saw these splashes off to the north, and getting the binoculars and stuff out and having a look, it was a manta ray, huge manta ray, swimming along and coming up underneath probably a shoal of fish, small fish,
Yeah.
and just opening his mouth as he leapt into the air.
Yeah.
And he would leap into the air
Hey,
and be
hey.
probably, 2/3 of his body out of the water, and then come crashing down. And it was such an amazing sight. And he was doing this over and over again. Okay, well, there's a little sea story.
Yeah, I saw. I remember seeing on Instagram actually this very, very large whale and their mouth opening,
Yeah,
and like it was an aerial shot, and there must have been like, I don't know, there must have been 100 or more fish inside the mouth of this whale.
yeah,
It was crazy.
yeah.
I don't know what kind of whale it was. What kind
Yeah.
of whale?
I
would that
don't
be?
know. It would have been. There's many kinds of whales,
Mm,
but it probably wasn't a baleen whale,
no.
unless was he swallowing the fish, or was there,
Well, they were all in the mouth.
or are they just enjoying the ride?
I don't know. Not in the mouth. I don't
Baleen
think so.
whales basically are filter feeders almost.
Yeah.
They have.
Well, that's why it was weird, because I thought, I
they
don't know,
krill and stuff like that.
I didn't think that
But
whales.
but some of the whales have big teeth. You've seen the scrimshaw from like sperm whale teeth and stuff.
yeah,
And
yeah,
they're very large teeth, and they eat
Yeah.
fish. And of course, there's always killer whales.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, Dee Dee, I think maybe in about maybe 15 minutes, maybe we should wrap it up. What do you think? Just because
Okay.
it's kind of getting late
That's
and
probably a good idea.
I'm a little bit bedraggled now.
Yeah.
What's another good? The dolphin story. That's a good one, Dee Dee.
Oh no, I don't want to talk.
No,
about
that's a
story.
great story.
I know, but I'll do it another time.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
I could tell the story of our being arrested in Aruba.
oh yeah, yeah, that's a good one.
We were in Aruba, which is the Dutch Antilles, and the Dutch Antilles are islands that are off the coast between above Colombia and Venezuela.
Mm.
And Curacao and Aruba are the main islands. And Aruba has the refineries for Royal Dutch Shell,
Mm.
the Dutch Antilles, yes. So they do a lot of refining of Venezuelan oil
Mm.
before it goes across to the United States.
Well, they
and stuff
used
like
to,
that.
or do they still
What?
currently? They used to, or they still currently? Do you think?
I'm not sure if they're still doing it,
yeah,
but at the time, like I said, we were a research ship.
yeah,
And we were on the west coast of Aruba, and we're doing some diving because almost everything off that coast was dead
right.
under, in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, it was because of the refineries and their waste.
Right. Yeah.
And we were looking at that and doing a report for that. And they arrested us.
Yeah.
They arrested us for fomenting revolution
God.
and running guns and manufacturing opium.
Running guns and manufacturing opium.
Yes, we were supposed to be supporting the
Jesus.
native islander population who were revolutionaries,
Right.
which they did come visit our ship, but
Yeah.
yeah. So they took everybody on the ship and arrested us and threw us in this literally lousy cell, meaning
Yeah.
there's actually lice in the cell. And I remember being in this cell next door to this young woman who was she was kind of an apprentice on the ship,
Right.
and she was learning things and stuff like that. But she was Swiss, and she was totally freaked out by being
Aw.
thrown in this jail. And the jailers would give her a really hard time and tell her, we can hold you for 6 months
Yeah.
without a charge,
Yeah.
and then we can charge you and hold you longer and stuff like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
And just sort of really trying to terrorize her.
Yeah.
And I just kept saying, look, don't say anything, tell them the truth. That's not what we're doing. But fortunately, there were a number of people from the university who knew what we were doing, and there's other important people, including the postmaster general and stuff
Yeah.
like that, who actually were able to intervene. So we only spent about a week in prison.
Yeah. A week's a long time.
A week's a long time, especially if you don't know that they can hold you for 6 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you don't have any idea how long they'll actually hold you.
Yeah, that's sort of psychological kind of
Yeah.
torture, isn't
And
it?
they were really working on this young girl to try and get her to say, yes,
Poor
we're
woman. How was she?
revolutionaries and stuff.
How was she when after it was over?
Well, she was okay, but she left in Venezuela
She
when
did.
we got to Venezuela.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She got freaked
She
out.
got
and-
freaked out.
Poor thing.
Yeah, poor thing.
Where was she from? Venezuela.
Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland, right. Oh.
Yeah, so it's a big change for her.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Oh, poor thing.
yeah, yeah. Well,
she
very
can probably
difficult.
laugh at it now.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. She'll probably think it was a real adventure. Maybe
Yeah,
she'd be
sure.
just traumatized by
Yes,
it.
yes, sure,
I don't
sure.
know.
It'll be a
But-
story.
But, yeah, I gave her all the emotional support I could
Yeah,
from the next cell.
you're good.
Yeah, and,
Uh,
yeah.
oh, well, Dee Dee, I think we might wrap it up then, hey?
Okay.
On that nice story.
Okay.
Okay, so is that all right with you?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Dee
that's
Dee?
fine. That's fine.
Okay then.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so it was lovely hanging out with you and everybody else who was here during the afternoon, and it was lots of fun, and we really appreciate the company.
Yes.
And
Yes, we do.
we we seem to be sort of doing these every few days, so who knows how
Who
long
knows?
that might be.
We may.
Um,
or
I'm not
Trish may
sure
be
why
doing
we've
videos.
decided to be doing them as frequently as we are, but we do.
I
Because we were
think-
doing them once every
I
2
think
months,
partly
and now
because-
it's once every 3 or 4.
I think partly because between the whole COVID situations and the lack of any real focus and like everybody, talking about Venezuela, I mean about Afghanistan, trying to encourage people to reinvade. And that's a disgusting idea.
I don't know, Didi. Yeah. Well, anyway, yes, it's a disgusting idea. No, we're just doing it. I don't know why we're doing
Yeah.
it, but we are. It's good that we are, because it's fun,
It is.
and
it's fun.
and it's immediate and stuff, and it's nice to hang out with like-minded people, or just people, and people that they don't have to be like-minded, but just kind of chatting about stuff. Nandi's stalking somebody.
Okay. Anyway,
Okay, all
Shall
right.
we
Well,
say
thank you so
goodbye?
much for the lovely company, and we'll hopefully see you again in 2 or
In a
3
while.
days.
yeah.
And
Or at least Trish may have a video out or something.
oh yeah, I might have a video out, but if
Yeah.
not, I'll see you in 2 or 3
Okay.
days, and hopefully,
Lots of love to everybody.
inshallah. Okay
Have
then,
fun, Kim. Have fun, Ginny.
have fun, and have a good,
Chris,
be safe,
Dan.
and talk to you soon. Much love.
Tom. See you. Bye. Okay. I'm stopping. 1, 2,